Welcome to the Vol XL. Thank you for joining me. This is day 4 of trial, USA versus Sean Puffy Combs. Miss Ventura testifying. Two days, I think, of her testifying. I might get mixed up because I'm getting my days confused. But anyway, this is day 4 of the trial. They're wanting her to hurry up and get this information out to the public, the prosecution, because she may on baby number 3. CBS News is the source. Thank you for joining me. Follow the Queen on the Newsbreak app. Check out my extensive library of shorts and videos, and there will be a few uploads to the queue after this live stream pertaining to the said information. I will rehash information from earlier today. A lot to dissect. It's a hot butter mess, everybody. It's a hot butter mess. My movie of the week is Break In. Sorry it's so late. I got distracted this week. Feel free to check out this movie on the Freevee app. It's about a woman staying in her mother's home. She's going through a situation with her husband, wanting to file for divorce, and she has a stalker. And you have to figure out who this person is that's trying to break into this home where she's briefly staying. It's called Break In, free on the Freevee app. Thank you for joining me.
Sean Diddy Combs' attorneys cross-examined his ex-girlfriend Cassie Ventura on day 4 of the hip-hop moguls' federal sex trafficking and racketeering trial. And we want to warn you, some may find the details in this report disturbing. The defense focused on text messages between Ventura and Combs. The 38-year-old singer also talked about the couple's drug use during their time together. The judges told the defense to wrap up its cross-examination by Friday afternoon because Ventura's attorneys are concerned she may give birth. Combs has pleaded not guilty.
Sorry about that.
Today's News national correspondent Jerika Duncan was inside the courtroom in New York City. Jerika?
Sorry.
Yeah, the defense opened their questioning by saying you and Sean Combs were in love for 11 years and you believed he needed someone to take care of him. Is that correct? At which point Ventura said, at times, yes, I did. Most of the testimony today was spent rehashing previous testimony, but also putting in exhibits that show Cassie Ventura was a participating.
Well, let's hear that again. Willing participant.
Concerned she may give birth. Combs has pleaded not guilty in this case and faces up to life in prison if convicted. Today's News national correspondent Jerika Duncan was inside the courtroom in New York City.
Sorry, everybody. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, the defense opened their questioning by saying you and Sean Combs were in love for 11 years and you believed he needed someone to take care of him. Is that correct? At which point Ventura said, at times, yes, I did. Most of the testimony today was spent rehashing previous testimony, but also putting in exhibits that show Cassie Ventura was a participating person in these freak-offs. Many times the defense would ask her if she wrote these text messages or emails, which she did confirm, and it showed sort of times where she was getting supplies for the freak-offs or saying she was excited about them. There were also several explicit messages, which we can't even share with you, but essentially she described saying things like, I can't wait to do certain things with certain people outside of Sean Combs. There was a number of other things that were mentioned, I should say, about drug use, both of them admitting that there was an addiction problem. And when I say both of them, I mean Sean Combs, I saw a lot of times nodding his head to this idea that they used painkillers and that was part of their relationship. It'll be interesting to see what happens moving forward because a lot of what the prosecution said is that Cassie Ventura was forced into these situations and that Sean Combs essentially controlled everything. But the defense was trying to contradict that by laying out a number of texts and emails that showed she was a willing participant many times. Of course, Cassie Ventura expected to take this stand tomorrow and will be finished, according to attorneys, hopefully by Friday. Back to you.
Drika Duggan, thank you. For more on Spray and celebrity lawyer Chris Melcher. He's also a former sex crimes defense attorney. Chris, thanks for being here. Help us understand the defense strategy on focusing between consent and coercion.
Well, the defense was effective in showing that she was a willing participant, at least apparently, according to her own messages to Diddy, with some of these freak-offs. And now the question for the jury is that was she really acting voluntarily? But the prosecutor did a good job in opening and getting ahead of this by saying that she had to pretend to enjoy these things or else she would be attacked by him. And this was also started as a loving relationship, at least she thought. So maybe at the beginning she was trying to appease him, and then it just became what we saw, really sick and depraved conduct.
When it comes to the apparent consent from these text messages, do you expect the prosecution will go into the complexities, the psychological nuances, what happens to an alleged victim when they are embroiled in a relationship with alleged abuse and domestic violence?
They absolutely have to do that. There is this cycle of violence, and people who have experienced this unfortunately understand very well how someone could start into a relationship that they think is loving and normal, and then all of a sudden this kind of day by day being where she found herself. And so I think what's going to probably turn most of these jurors on her side is that some of this conduct that we've heard about and really can't even describe is something that no one would ever volunteer or participate in unless they were forced. And then, of course, we saw the video of him beating her at the elevator scene. So I think that that's going to really be pivotal.
And Chris, that said, what are some of the biggest hurdles you see for the prosecution to overcome when it comes to proving this was part of a criminal enterprise?
Well, and see, this is the problem, is that this conduct that we've heard about is horrific, but what he's being charged with is this RICO, criminal enterprise. And we haven't really heard that yet. This is an enterprise of one person doing this for his own gratification. Even his employees that assisted him in this, it's alleged to have abused them also. So it's not like he's running a prostitution ring or profiting off of this. He was doing it for his own gratification. And I think that's where the jurors are going to have trouble with, and saying, how does that conduct, which we all would think is horrible and feel sorry for Cassie and the other victims, but how does that really constitute running a criminal enterprise?
All right, Chris Melcher, we really appreciate it. Thank you.
So was this a criminal enterprise? Because that is what the defense is arguing. He is a swinger. He likes company of different people. Voyeurism, watching, taping, which is still a crime. You're taping people without their permission. Some states, I do believe, have laws against taping people without their permission. Then you're talking about a sex act. That sharing it, that's a crime. Some call it revenge porn. Allegations that he kept these videos to blackmail her. He did threaten her allegedly with blackmailing her when he found out about her and Kid Cudi. He threatened to blow the man's car. At some point, the man's car majestically blew up. Is he behind that? Will the charges stick? I think what they're meaning with this trafficking is the fact that he flew people in for sex and he paid them money. That's the only thing I can gather pertaining to the sex trafficking and the racketeering charges. Take the polls on my community page and weigh in. Is this woman a victim, or she went along for the ride and at some point came out of her slumber and said, F this, I've been mistreated, although I went along for the ride, but he owes me. Sometimes I believe that. She woke up out of her funk and said, I've been doused with gasoline long enough. I need to get something out of this, because you do have to question why a person would wait years later to sue someone that they were not with for sexual abuse. CNN is the source of this information. The judge is urging lawyers to wrap up Ventura's testimony before the weekend, as she's due to give birth soon. So when is her due date? Don't know. Her testimony. The defense asked Ventura about her relationship with Combs while they were dating. The jury saw emails, messages between them, including sexually graphic ones that occurred as they were planning a freak-off, which is what Combs called the drug-fueled sex performances he orchestrated. And as you heard with this content from CBS, there are messages that they cannot or choose not to repeat in the court. I'm sure many people are curious what she said and what he said. Well, use your imagination. Once again, he's pled not guilty to the said racketeering, conspiracy, sex trafficking, transportation to engage in prostitution. If convicted on all counts, he could face up to life in prison. We're going to give you the key points from today's testimony. The prosecution's star witness testified about the beginning of the relationship and her participation in freak-offs, which is what Combs called the drug-fueled sex performances he orchestrated. In court, the jury saw affectionate messages between Ventura and Combs, but also texts that showed Ventura's frustrations and hesitancies. Combs has pled not guilty to racketeering, conspiracy, as I said, and the trafficking, transportation to engage in prostitution. Ventura testified that she loved Combs and believed he loved her. Ventura said she fell in love with Combs' real personality. Asked about her desire to make the music mogul happy and if that included agreeing to freak-offs, Ventura responded, "There's a lot more to that." And what does that mean? And will she get to that point? We will see. Jurors saw text messages from 2009 that Ventura confirmed reflected the open communication between the pair. She said that at the time, she felt comfortable expressing her needs to Combs regarding the freak-offs. In the messages, Ventura said she needed to feel safe, to be more open sexually. However, in other messages, Ventura told Combs a recent freak-off left her feeling dirty, grimy, and noted their early intimacy felt different when they were so in love. So what made her feel different? Or what was he doing to make her feel different? Very interesting. The jury also saw messages from March 2017 when Ventura told Combs, "I love our freak-offs when we both want it." Okay? So basically she's probably alluding to the fact it's good when we both want it. But maybe there were times when she didn't want it and he was all in and she was not. She testified that those were just words at that point. The defense tried to use these and other messages from the beginning of their relationship to characterize Ventura as a consenting adult, not a victim of coercion, attorney and legal affairs commentator Ariva Martin said. Ventura described arguing with Combs about his relationships with other women, particularly a woman called Gina in 2004, and testified that she had some jealousy toward Kim Porter, who shared 3 children with Combs. Meanwhile, Ventura said Combs was suspicious of her having relationships with other men, including celebrities, and said she took lengths to protect the rapper Kid Cudi from Combs. So what did she say about Kid Cudi to Sean? We learned yesterday that he found a burner phone and some type of messaging that she was talking to Kid Cudi, rapper, actor, and he threatened to expose her in the videotapes to hurt her and Kid Cudi, threatened to blow up his car. And then, as I said, the car caught fire. So did Sean exact that said crime? Hire someone to blow up Kid Cudi's car. Now, naturally, I don't see him doing it. Is there going to be any proof? Because naturally, they got to prove that because that's one of the charges, which is arson, pertaining to that car blowing up. Very interesting. Who else are they going to call in to testify that could corroborate this information from Cassie Ventura in her testimony? So we have here, he's jealous of her, she's jealous of him, but yet you see there's no respect because he's sharing her with other men, escorts. So how is that love? How can you say you love someone, but you're willing to share them sexually with another person, watch them have sex with another person, film them, blackmail them, beat them up, name call, whatever else he's done to her? How is that love? Just saying. Ventura testified that she and Combs were both doing a lot of drugs during their relationship and that she experienced adverse side effects. What were those side effects? Ventura said Combs was explosive at times when he'd find out she was doing drugs with her friends or took his drugs without him knowing. Wow. So now we hear that she was stealing his drugs. Interesting. The defense attorney also asked a lengthy line of questions to suggest Combs was reliant on opiates and any withdrawal from them would negatively affect his mood. I got a feeling that Sean has a problem when there are no drugs and no alcohol. Checkmate. As I said, I believe a lot of his issues stem from childhood, which many people's issues come from childhood. Childhood trauma, mistreatment, things they witness, and it forms your identity, as most of you know this. What type of drugs did she steal from Sean Combs? So he got jealous when she took drugs and got high with other people. Very interesting. So he was possessive of this female that he had no respect for. Make it make sense. The defense attorney also asked a lengthy line of questions to suggest Combs was reliant on opiates and any withdrawal from them would negatively affect his mood. So now the defense is basically trying to blame drugs on his attitude. So he's a swinger who uses drugs, who wows out when he don't got the drugs, also jealous of a woman that he don't have no respect for. Am I getting that correct? Okay. Judge Aaron Supermanian told attorneys he wanted to have Ventura off the stand tomorrow and the defense should finish its cross-examination before lunch. Wow. Prosecutor Maureen Comey said yesterday in court that the prosecution is worried Ventura, who is heavily pregnant, could have the baby over the weekend. And I'm sure she doesn't want to have a baby here in New York. So I do believe she and her husband live in Los Angeles. Sean Combs did not look happy during his federal criminal trial in New York today, according to a CNN correspondent who was in the courtroom. What was wrong? Sean, baby. Too much information out there. Things you thought was going to remain secret made it out. Your children, your family, your mother, your friends, associates. The world now knows how you behave behind closed doors. Any regrets? Sean Combs, how you treated this lady, the freak offs, the abuse, allegations of abuse by other people, co-workers, employees rather. Is he having regrets? I went too fucking far. And now it's all out on display. But once again, as they say, it only takes one person to hang the jury and he could walk free. Stay woke. Not looking happy in court. Cassie Ventura, his ex-girlfriend, was answering questions from his lawyers on cross-examination about the relationship and the freak-offs he organized. The jury also saw a slew of text messages between the two, some of them explicit. He was passing a ton of notes to his defense. He had a very serious look, and he was fixated on his defense attorney, who was cross-examining Cassie today, CNN Entertainment correspondent Elizabeth Wagmaster said. As for Ventura on the stand, Wagmaster said her demeanor had changed from the last 2 days when she was facing questions from prosecutors. Wagmeister said Ventura's hours of testimony recounting graphic details have been grueling for her, but today she was much more at ease and even laughed a few times on the stand. Combs' defense attorney laughed with her in some of those instances, Wagmeister said, adding that those were moments that kind of humanized Ventura and helped her as a witness. Prosecutor Emily Johnson said she expects about an hour of redirect examination whenever the defense team finishes cross-examination of Cassie. So the judge wants the defense to wrap up tomorrow. So I'm assuming what? She'll get off the stand and then resume on Monday? How's that going to work? Just curious. Judge Aaron Supermanian told the defense that they should be able to finish cross-examination with the balance of the trial day tomorrow. Defense lawyer Mark Agnafilo said they do their best, but still made no promises that cross-examination could be finished in that time frame. Supermanian has noted that he does technically have authority to cut off cross-examination when it's amounted to the duration of the direct testimony. Wow, interesting. The prosecution and defense teams plan to convene at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard tomorrow before Ventura's testimony continues. The jury has been dismissed for the day. Testimony is expected to resume again tomorrow morning. Defense attorney Anna Estevea is going through more messages between Cassie and Sean, March 13, 2016, which led to the freak-off before the eventual assault in the hotel hallway. Some of these messages were shown to the jury by prosecutors during Ventura's direct examination. After going back and forth about potential plans with her friends, Ventura messaged, "We can have fun. I don't want you thinking I don't want to," she told Combs to set it up. So was she playing and pretending she wanted to go have sex with somebody else but really didn't. Because my thing is, if I really don't want to have sex with you or whomever, why should I even answer the phone? Why can't I play possum? It's my phone. It's my life. Was she so damned that she felt like she had to answer, reply? We know that's not true because the night of the incident at the hotel, she told him to go to sleep and she was going to sleep. Talk to you later, alligator. I don't really know what to believe at this point. The defense attorney suggested Ventura propose and encourage the freak off. Ventura pushed back, testifying that messages from Combs repeatedly asking about her plans for the night was his way of posing a freak off. Well, that makes sense. What you doing? What you doing? What you doing? What you doing? And you already know what he wants because he doesn't want to do anything else of substance. So what? She just went ahead and just said, yeah, what's up? What you got planned? Well, she already knew. I don't know. Just throwing it out there. She said, when you're with someone for so long, you know what they mean when they text certain things. Exactly. That's the point I was making. What you doing? What you doing? What you doing? She knew. Well, guess he got somebody lined up. He wants to have some hanky-panky sex, freaky stuff tonight. But I still say, why not turn the tables? I'm busy going out with a friend. We're going to the movies. We're going here. Or don't answer. You don't give an answer if you don't reply. But she didn't do that. Did she ever turn down a freak off? I'm curious. She said when you're with someone, once again, you know what they mean when they text certain things. And some of the messages Combs indicated they should do the freak off sooner rather than later, since Ventura had events for a movie premiere coming up. Wow. He don't even care that the girl's got stuff to do. We can get it done right now, tomorrow, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. This shows you that he's sick. I love everybody in the chat. Thank you. Let's get this done. Let's get this done. Defense attorney Anna Estevelle is suggesting Sean Diddy Combs was going through withdrawal in the days before the March 2016 assault at the Intercontinental Hotel. Well, nobody's going to believe that. You know why? Because he's wealthy, he's well off, and all he had to do was dial the dope man and say, hey, I need this, I need that. And if the dope man didn't have it, the dope man knew where to go get it. Let's stop this foolishness now. Let's stop this foolishness. Hello, A Balance. Thank you. Say hello to A Balance, everybody. Come on now. You are a wealthy person. And yes, I understand there's times when the cocaine is slow. The crack is slow. Ain't nobody got it. Nothing. But believe me, even the dope man, when he does not have dope, and I know a lot of people saying, now, Queen, what you talking about? I'm telling you street talk. Don't get offended. Just laying it down. When the dope man is short weed, crack, fentanyl, meth, pills, you can best believe he knows where to find something if it's just a substitute. So this crazy nonsense of he was going through withdrawals. That's a good one. He was going through withdrawals the days before the 16th. Well, is that what he told you? Lord have mercy, I'm dead. Combs' attorney reviewed a series of text messages from March 3rd between Combs and Cassie Ventura in which the couple discussed Combs having symptoms that Estevelle suggested are consistent with withdrawal. I love it. Ventura testified that she does not remember Combs going through withdrawal at that time. She acknowledged the text appeared to suggest he was sick at the time. Well, it ain't like you can't get no bad drugs or get a cold or get a headache. Maybe he bumped his big toe. I don't know. Just saying. Defense attorney Anna Estevelle asked Cassie Ventura to confirm the Johnson's baby oil they used during the freak-offs was never laced with any drugs. The defense attorney also asked her to confirm that filling a baby pool would take a lot of baby oil and might explain why Sean Diddy Combs was keeping lots of baby oil on hand. Judge Aaron Supermanian sustained an objection to that question. And you know why the judge did that? Because he already told them yesterday, I'm tired of y'all talking about this baby oil. Get on with it. He told the prosecution, make your point and get on with it. Well, she already told you he used 10 bottles a session per escapade, Big bottles, not little bitty ones, not travel size. He liked baby oil. He liked to see you with it on. He liked the way the bodies look glistening, kind of like the porn videos. He was a producer, remember? Music producer / now porn director. Stop it, Queen. I can't stop it because they're putting this out here for us to crack these stupid ass jokes because this is ridiculous to me. And I get it. Everybody's got their own little kink about what they like to do and don't do. The point is, it ain't supposed to be out here for everybody to know. And what is embarrassing to me, I got to put this out here. Her mother is in there with her listening to this nonsense. You got a baby in your womb listening to this filth. Yes, that's something people don't really think about. Your child hears everything in the womb. That baby is on his way out of here. Now imagine what he has sucked in literally in the past couple of days in his mother's womb. The husband walked out of court yesterday because I'm sure it affected him, Mr. Alex Fine. And then you got to ask yourself what type of relationship Alex and Cassie have. Because shut your mouth. It ain't like what she had with P. Diddy. Alex may feel like, well, hell, I've been missing out. So now we got to ask, who's dominant, who's submissive? Queen, why are you doing this? I'm doing it because I ain't got no other damn choice. Because once you put this shit out here, people going to ask questions because they're curious. Inquiring minds want to know who's submissive, who's aggressive. And the fact that she said that in the text messages, Alex probably was thinking, I got to get the hell out of here. I can't breathe. She says it. I don't see myself being aggressive with no other man. Can you imagine your husband sitting in a courtroom listening to that? And you're married to the person who wrote that. And of course, like she said, you can say anything at that time, because she really wanted this man. She wanted him to be this guy that he was not. And I think we've all been there as women, wanting a person to be something that the person is not capable of. Sean is not capable of love. He's not capable of intimacy. He's just to me, a wet rag. A dirty old wet rag. He's just a walking penis. That's all he is. He has no empathy. He's devoid of emotion. He's empty. He's a sociopath. The fact you got to sit there and watch a person have sex with somebody else, and that's your person that you're supposed to love. Come on with it, Queen Preach. I mean, watching porn is one damn thing too. When the fact that you still got a whole human next to you, and you look at that person and say, well, you want to watch a video for what? I'm right here. Lord, Queen and got sidetracked. Because I'm trying to make a point. Anybody with sense listening to this nonsense knows there's something ill with him. That he only gets off watching you have sex with somebody else. That's why it was stunning to me when she said, oh yeah, we make love afterwards. Hell, when did you have time? You high, geeked up, doped up, drunk. And now I'm going to believe y'all made love? After the freak-offs, and sometimes the freak-offs had extra parties, such as 4 men at a time. I must admit, she was a very small young lady, still petite. She got to be a mean sister, which we also learned she vomited during one encounter, and he still wanted her to have sex with the guy. Sean is vile. And we ain't getting ready to go into all that urination and on her psycho business. Leaving the hotel room soiled with body fluids, sending a gopher in to clean it up. She said a pungent smell was in the room, and that was probably all the time. And she subjected herself to that. And I'm going to tell you now, as an adult, I don't want to smell my own self on a bad day, if you see where I'm going with this. So ain't no way in the world I'm getting ready to subject myself to that in nobody's room. Hotel room, my house, your house, nobody's house. All for the name of love? Hell no. But to each his own. What they say, well, we've all been a fool for love, if you say so. Large amounts of baby oil were recovered during the search of Combs' residences in Miami, Los Angeles, March 2024. According to an indictment at the time, law enforcement seized various freak-off supplies, including drugs and more than 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant at his homes, according to the indictment. Now, they're saying it again here in this article, CNN. If you have a problem with the information, you call CNN. Don't call me, okay? I'm just the messenger. Why do some of you refuse to believe this? I've seen so many people comment in the past year. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. And yet the girl told you on the witness stand, he really, really, really liked baby oil. And we're not talking about Mikey and a bowl of cereal. He likes it. He likes it. She made sure to let them know he has a thing for baby oil. But yet some of you still would say, I don't believe he had that many bottles. Why? Why not? Why you can't believe it? Well, why are you so shocked? I mean, help the queen understand, because I'm utterly confused. You don't know Sean. You don't know Cassie. You don't know these people they were sleeping with. But yet the state told you in the indictment, this is what we found. And yet you still crying and moaning about some damn bottles of baby oil. I don't believe it could be that many. Well, they were there. You think somebody just sat there and counted 50 and said, well, let's just say it's 500. Let's just say it's 500 bottles of baby oil. Come on, you guys. Let's stop the nonsense. What is the old saying? Seeing is believing. 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant at his homes. Defense attorney Anna Estevez returned to Cassie Ventura's previous testimony about the time Combs' rival Marion Suge Knight was nearby, and he and his security guards quickly packed up and drove down there. Estevez pointed to a report from investigators after they met with Ventura in June 2024, which said she told them she was brought along in the car and cried. Ventura said that was incorrect. I didn't go in the car with them, she said. During her testimony yesterday, Ventura said Combs was rivals with Knight, the former rap mogul who was sentenced to 28 years in prison for a fatal hit and run incident on the set of the movie Straight Outta Compton. Well, what I'd like to know is what happened with that incident with Suge Knight, because we do know Suge Knight is still breathing. Sean is still breathing. So we never heard that they had an altercation, a shootout. So, Puffy, would you like to enlighten us on your venture to go find Suge Knight at that diner? Because I'm trying to understand why you, of all people, would be trying to run up on Suge Knight. We already know what happens to anybody that has tried to run up on Suge Knight. Stay woke. Stay woke. I find this very brazen. Sean Diddy Combs overdosed on painkillers on February 12th, 2012. Cassie Ventura confirmed while testifying, but so far I think they're saying they have not had that confirmed. As I last saw on the news today, they need confirmation of this alleged overdose. But this is Cassie Ventura's version, of course. Ventura said that on that day they had a freak off and went to a sex club before Combs went without her to a party at the Playboy Mansion. Later that night, she took him to the hospital where they learned he experienced an overdose. She testified. From what he told me, he took a very strong opiate that night, but we didn't know what was happening, so we took him to the hospital, she said. So who was with her when she took him to the hospital? And do they have legal documentation to show Sean had overdose? Because I think some people want a receipt to this information. Defense attorney Ms. Anna Estevez has asked a lengthy line of questions to suggest Combs was reliant on opiates and any withdrawal from them would negatively affect his mood. Well, now, Miss Anna. Oh, the things you all like to put on in court. We already know that a person will have a negative reaction to not getting high because their body is accustomed to getting high. Now, to stop this foolishness. Now you want to blame it on the drugs. He's violent because he can't get dope. Is that what you're saying? So what about alcohol? Because he also abuses alcohol. You can look at his lips and tell he's a drunk. Lips are pink. That's one of the signs you see in African Americans. When the bottom lip is discolored, that's a sign of a very heavy drinker. If you didn't know that. So are you next going to say he wilded out when he didn't get any alcohol? I'm just saying. He was extremely dependent on his opiates, right? She asked Ventura. For a time, Ventura said. He was very upset if his opiates weren't taken away from him. If his opiates were taken away from him, Estavo asked. I guess so, Ventura said. Oh, she was downplaying that, Miss Cassie. Cassie Ventura said that in early 2017, she got very sick from her drug use and began to look for help. I lost all sense of smell and taste when I woke up, and I had numbing in my arms, she said. She said she also experienced some dissociative side effects from ketamine use. Ventura confirmed that Sean Diddy Combs noticed some of her symptoms and suggested she see doctors. What? He wanted her to get help? My. Help. Did he try to get some help? Let him tell he did when that video came out. I was this and I got therapy and I got this. Well, we know that's a lie because when they arrested you last fall, you had pills in a baggie at the hotel. Now, who turns herself in to only have dope in their hotel room? So they woke everybody. And then you had the white boy as the mule months before that on the jet. He had the dope and took the blame for the dope and got judicial diversion. Imagine that. But I've changed. No, I don't think you've changed. She said that she didn't tell Combs everything about her drug use throughout their relationship, but she added that they were both doing a lot of drugs. She didn't tell him everything about her drug. It was affecting you. It was hurting you. It was harming you. You lost your taste, your smell. I'm trying to understand this statement because I got a feeling he's the one who got you on the dope in the first place. Because allegedly you had no experience with anything sexual. So I'm going to assume you didn't have any experience with drugs. If I'm incorrect, fine. But I do believe Sean is the reason she got on the dope in the first place. And we learned from testimony this week, she had to be high to do the freak offs. And some of you are going to question, well, Queen, her text messages say otherwise. But she said whatever. Because she knew nothing was ever going to change and she didn't want to defy him. You entitled to your interpretation of the said information. Defense attorney Anna Estevez suggested that Cassie Ventura didn't personally witness Sean Diddy Combs dangle her friend Brianna Bonner bungling over a balcony at Ventura's apartment as she previously alleged. Isn't it true you learned about this incident after the fact? Estevez asked. I saw what I saw, Ventura responded. Estevez showed Ventura a text message she sent Combs' Chief of Staff Christina Karam shortly after the incident, telling her that she learned of the altercation after the fact. Ventura told the prosecution during her testimony yesterday that she woke up to find Combs holding her friend over her balcony railing without throwing her onto the patio furniture. Oh, no, wait a minute, hold on. Holding her over her balcony railing before throwing her onto the patio furniture. So this is crazy. He's holding her over her balcony railing before throwing her onto the patio furniture. So was the furniture on the balcony or the furniture was beneath the balcony? How far is the balcony from the ground floor? We're curious. It's the same friend that you are no longer friends with. And this is why. Because she was assaulted by Sean. And why would Sean be assaulting your friend? And I think it's because of the abuse is why Sean would have been dangling her over a railing and throwing her onto patio furniture. What really happened during this altercation, Miss Cassie? Because I'm curious. Estevez asked Ventura if she was on drugs that night. Ventura testified she couldn't remember if she done drugs before falling asleep earlier that day. Cassie Ventura said Sean Diddy Combs was explosive at times when he found out she was doing drugs with her friends or took his drugs without him knowing. If we weren't getting high or if I wasn't doing it with him, it was a problem, she said. So this comes into what they have been saying about him, the prosecution, that he is a control freak. He liked to monitor her, have his staff chasing her around, calling her, taking away her phone, iPad. This is some R. Kelly type nonsense. This is just a repeat of R. Kelly, a replay. That's all this is. Just a replay. And then some are still questioning, why did you stay? Why did you stay so long? Because this story started off with 7 to 8 years. As of last night, they're now saying you two were together 11 years. So which is the truth? And of course, we also learned that they both were having sex with other people. We also learned that they were also having sex with these escorts without any condoms. And as I put in my shorts, I believe somebody in this entourage has come up short, if you know what I'm saying. And that's the one thing nobody's talking about. I'm surprised the prosecution or the defense hasn't asked her, have you contracted a venereal disease? Have you had an AIDS test? Are you HIV positive with AIDS? And that husband needs to be thinking about that too, because you now know that she slept with that escort first night without a condom. Come on, Queen, preach. 13 men in one binder yesterday. The binder before that, the day before, they didn't tell us how many men were in that binder. We have a man who shot up the Trump hotel that says he was a sex slave. He had 15 encounters with Cassie Ventura. And I got a feeling he didn't wear a condom either. And he was a male Chippendale, Mr. Jonathan Odie. Please Google him. He's done an interview with the news, and he's quite bold in his commentary. So let's ask Cassie Ventura. Cassie Ventura, of all the men you have slept with, whether they were escorts or not, how many times did you ask the male to use a condom? Sean, we need not ask you shit, because we know you can't testify to nothing. And I also find it interesting that she said she's only watched him have sex with women 4 times. Is anybody doing the math out there in the chat? 4 times total in all the years they were together doing the freak offs. And we got one guy from Florida saying, I was with her 15 times. And Sean, that's not counting the other men in their little black book. Wow. Say it isn't so. All righty. Once again, if we weren't getting high, or if I wasn't doing it with him, it was a problem, she said. Sean Diddy Combs controlled Cassie Ventura's career through her record deal with his company and his clout in the industry as a whole, Jim Oswald, executive music editor at Variety, told CNN. By 2011, Ventura had only made 1 album, even though she signed a 10-album deal with Combs' label Bad Boy Records. Oswald described Ventura as a mid-level star at the time. I just realized that little song, Me and You, I really like that song, and didn't even know hell she sang that song. But I want you all to think about this for a second. You sign a 10-album deal with the devil, and you only get 1 album out the deal. Do the math, everybody. This is some R. Kelly shit all over again. Bring you into the fold, use you up, and don't finish what we started. We heard this so many times with R. Kelly. Oh, I'm going to help you do this. Oh, yeah, I'm going to help you do this. I'm going to help you do this. And then when you look around, you ain't doing nothing. There's no record. There's no collaborations with other artists. There's no nothing. Just me walking around, having sex with different people, getting peed on, boo-booed on, and having all type of funky, foul sex with different people, barking like dogs and shit. Oh, no, I didn't come to Chicago for this. I didn't come to Atlanta for this. Oh, yeah, but that is what you signed up for, because you didn't even know that you had signed a paper and made a deal with the devil. And that's what you have here with Mr. Combs. Cassie didn't know that when she signed that deal, she had literally signed away her right to think, navigate properly. And a lot of people have been in this position, may not have experienced the things that she experienced, but they went down the rabbit hole with Lucifer himself. Mr. Oswald described Ventura as a mid-level star at the time. He said that while most record companies signed similar long-term deals, 7 albums was usually the standard. And I'm glad he said that, because I thought that was strange myself. And I'm not in the music industry, but 10 deals, most people do an album every 2 to 3 years at least. So 10 albums, that's like you're indebted to a person. Seriously, think about that. People don't drop albums every year, because if it's a high-selling album, they can ride off those royalties for a couple of years before making another album. He hoodwinked her. That's exactly what he did. He hoodwinked her, and she fell for it, sadly. Oswald said Ventura's terms were very restrictive, adding that a deal like that locks you up for your career and then some. Okay? So as he said, 7 albums was usually the standard. And Oswald said that despite Combs developing a reputation around the industry for having a temper and even being violent, the fear he struck in others insulated him from consequences and kept certain things from coming to light. And we've learned this with the shooting at the nightclub, the black girl getting shot in the eye, almost lost her damn eye, the rapper taking the rap, allegedly he did, disperse a gun. He's now been, deported back to his country, can't even get back into the United States to live here. Just so much. Giving Cassie a gun to put in her purse, same thing he did with Jennifer Lopez. He's a user. He's a manipulator. Here, put this gun in your purse. Here, put this cocaine in your bra. There are many men like this. And naturally, you have to have the gift of gab to be a good manipulator. Do you understand what I'm saying? Here, put this in your sock, put this in your shoe. And if you look at the people who've been around them, they've done all this stupid stuff. White guy getting on the plane last year with all the dope in the bag. Yeah, it's mine. Anybody with sense will be like, you ain't getting ready to pop all them pills, boy. Stay woke. Invited the drug mule on the trip. This is just how bold Sean is. I'm going to have the dope man on the plane. I ain't getting to the islands trying to find no dope. I'm taking the dope man with me. Where do we do this at? I'll let that sit right there. Where do we do this at? Because I ain't never heard of no shit like this in all my 54 years of living. I got the dope man with the bag on the plane. Oops, they done raided the plane. Because somebody told on me, Cassie Ventura, we didn't know at that time. We also have to ask, did she sign a clause with that $20 million deal? Because that was discussed as well today on the news. Did she sign a clause not to discuss anything about Puffy when he handed her that $20 million check? Okay, so they talk about him having a temper and that he put fear in others, which caused him, not to suffer consequences from things he had done and kept certain things from coming to light. He's one of the most powerful people in the music business for 20-some years because he was so wealthy and because he had so many people who were willing not only to do what he wanted, but were very afraid to speak out against him. Now I've been in the industry ever since he first started coming around, basically. And you heard about his temper. You heard people were afraid of him. The violence was a matter of public record. I did not hear about freakouts. I did not hear about a lot of these things that are coming to light now. And neither did a lot of people that I know, Oswald said. So basically, he was the East Coast version of Suge Knight. Don't you find that interesting? People were afraid of Puff Daddy. And people on the West Coast were afraid of Suge Knight. You can't make this shit up. And look where they both are sitting. Come on with it, Queen. Because God don't like ugly. They both had rival rappers on their labels. Tupac, Biggie. Where are those two people? Dead? Come on with it, Queen. Preach. God don't like ugly. Don't you see how the tables turn? The universe says, I got to get it back. I got to get back what the devil stole. And that's exactly what's happening in the entertainment game. The universe is getting back what the devil stole. So we don't have another Epstein, Weinstein, Bill Cosby, R. Kelly. Now, Sean Puffy Combs, Suge Knight, although we had not heard of any improprieties against women with Suge, but he was known to be a violent person dealing with his subordinates. My. Cassie Ventura testified that her friends knew that Sean Diddy Combs physically abused her, sometimes because they witnessed the abuse themselves, she said. She said she told her parents and brother about the abuse at different points. So how long was it before she told her family that he was abusing her? At the time, Sean Diddy Combs was also suspicious that Cassie Ventura was starting to date actor Michael B. Jordan. And I think there was a little gossip about him being abusive or something improprieties about him as well a little while back. A couple years ago, he was under fire for not being a nice fellow. When asked about it, Ventura said she didn't know how Combs reacted to this news because she wasn't with him to see it. Defense attorney Anna Esquivel moved on from that line of question without expanding on that purported relationship with Jordan. And see, this is where people are going to have a problem because now we're mentioning different people. There's now a mentioning of Mr. Michael B. Jordan, the actor, some other older man they mentioned she messed around with that they said she only went to Miami to act like she's going to see him, but really wanted to see Sean. Then we got a mention of Kid Cudi. So that means she was finding other people to take up with to date. So somebody's saying to themselves, well, damn, why didn't you continue dating these guys? Or when it didn't work out, you move on to somebody else. Why would you go back to Sean when you knew what he was into and what he liked? And allegedly you didn't like the freak offs, even though your text messages say otherwise. Or maybe sometimes you like the freak offs and sometimes you didn't. Because like she said, I like it when we both want it. So that did come out of her own mouth, when we both want it. So basically she's saying there's times I don't want it. And that is her prerogative. But the defense is saying, well, you're still a willing participant. You know, if Tuesday you don't want it and then Friday you do want it. So weigh in, everybody. Is she a willing participant or she's a victim? Or she's both? She has been a victim of abuse. We've seen that with the video. But now that people are hearing about other men she dated in between being with Sean, some people are going to say, well, damn, why didn't you just leave him alone? You saw what he was about. You should have kept it moving. But we've learned that people teeter-totter. Go in, go out. Go in, go out. Whether they're dating somebody else or not. And maybe that's what she did. On the off season when there was no other guy, she stumbled back in with Sean Combs. Cassie Ventura testified that in 2015, she broke off her relationship with Combs for a time while she was in South Africa filming a movie. She said she broke it off with Combs by sending a video of him with another woman at an event to a text chain with Combs and some of his closest staff. Wow, so she put other people in the text. Wow, that's dirty. Ventura said she felt betrayed by them for not telling her. Ventura said she also blocked Combs' phone number for a time while she was filming. And see, this is where we women get hung up. Block, then unblock. Block, unblock. Trust me, I know I've done it. And you know you're unblocking the number when you should leave it blocked. Because the person is not going to change. But, you know, your brain lies to you. Well, I'm not going to say your heart. I'm going to say your brain. Your brain lies to you. Okay, just maybe this one time they'll act right. They'll do right. But rarely do they change. And what we're dealing with somebody that's very sinister. So I don't see him changing. The only way Sean will change is if there is a God intervention. And him sitting in the, look, I'm going to say the church, sitting in the court this week with that Bible. What did I say in that short? Boy, you didn't read the Bible when you was young and you ain't read it when you were grown. Why is you sitting in that courtroom with that Bible? You know damn well you ain't read no Bible. You probably don't even believe in the Bible. Because you definitely can't say you believe in the Bible and all this shit you've been doing. Now, come on now. And I get it. We are all tainted. But damn. You just been doing some old freaky deaky type stuff that's just ridiculous. So ain't nobody about to listen that you quote no Psalms. Queen, please stop. I can't. Because you know I'm telling the truth. You know I'm telling the truth. He don't need to be sitting there pretending he's reading that Bible. Because like they said, today he showed he was very angry. He's angry that all this is out. Because like I said, you can do a multitude of things, but you're not expecting somebody to repeat it and put it out to the street. I don't think Sean ever expected it to go this far. And I don't think Cassie thought it was going to go this far. Until the state came, to say, hey, we're bringing forward charges against him. We need you to testify to the things that you have alleged, in this lawsuit against him. And here we are. So she went to Africa to do a movie, and she had cut off ties briefly with Sean. Cassie Ventura's answers to questions from both the prosecution and defense are setting up the more fleshed out arguments lawyers will make over the next several weeks of Sean Diddy Combs' criminal trial, a trial consultant told CNN. First, the testimony will be bolstered by expert witnesses for each side, Richard Gabriel said. The prosecution will bring experts who likely argue that psychologically, this does meet the threshold for coercion and sort of her being under the thumb of Sean Combs, Gabriel told CNN. Meantime, the defense's experts will likely say it does not and argue her independence and her ability to leave the relationship. Secondly, the lawyers will take what Ventura says on the stand and argue the actual legal statutes. They will need to explain to the jury how her testimony does or doesn't meet the legal definition of what Combs is accused of. Jurors fundamentally have to get their own gut feeling as to whether there's real participation on her part, he said. This sentiment was underscored during a conversation between the lawyers and the judge earlier today about how much longer Ventura would be on the stand. Defense attorney Mark Agnifilo stressed to the judge that the defense believes Ventura is the most important witness in the case. Throughout her relationship with Sean Diddy Combs, Cassie Ventura said he would often bring up her relationship with rapper Kid Cudi, who was identified by name in court. He brought it up quite a bit, she testified. So obviously he had a problem with Kid Cudi. Interesting. What was that all about? The court in Sean Diddy Combs' trial has taken a number of steps to have Cassie Ventura's testimony completed by Friday, hopefully before the pregnant pop singer gives birth. Ventura is due to deliver her third child next month. So her due date is June, I guess. They didn't say which date. The prosecution called Ventura to the stand Tuesday as his third witness and ended his direct examination Wednesday at 4:15, leaving about 45 minutes until the expected end of court. Defense attorney Mark Agnifilo asked the court to begin cross-examination Thursday morning rather than right away, but prosecutor Maureen Comey resisted. This witness is very, very pregnant. We are afraid she'd have a baby over the weekend, Comey said, according to a court-provided transcript of the Wednesday exchange. We want her off the stand before the weekend, and we believe 45 minutes could make a difference. Judge Aaron Supermanian ultimately decided to wrap up for the day. He has told the defense team they need to complete their cross-examination of Ventura around lunch Friday, saying direct took a day and a half, so the defense will get a day and a half. He left open the possibility of granting additional time if there's something that really needs to be done after lunch tomorrow. Court has condensed to its lunch breaks, generally an hour long, to about 30 minutes. And Supermanian has proposed ways the defense might streamline its questioning as it goes through a slew of exhibits. After lunch today, Ventura was given an iPad to review material on as part of the effort to speed things up. And I noticed they did talk about that in court, which I thought was a little bit different, because usually people don't get to go over any type of information. But because I guess they have so many text messages between she and Sean, they gave her time to go over the pages of the said text messages. Agnifilo said the defense is trying to streamline the process, but stressed the belief that Ventura is the most important witness in the case. That is the cross-examination that is required of a critical witness in a trial that involves a life sentence, he said. Combs seen passing sticky notes to a lawyer during Ventura's testimony. I'm sure he was hot butter. While the defense questioned Cassie Ventura about text messages, Sean Diddy Combs was seen writing on orange sticky notes and passing one after another to his attorney sitting beside him. Combs also spoke during the break briefly with the attorney handling the cross-examination. By 2013, Cassie Ventura had been in a relationship with Sean Diddy Combs for about 7 years. Wow, 7. Okay, so that's taking it back to what? 2016. But she said she still hadn't been able to form a relationship with his children. Why is that? Did he not take her around his children? Didn't want her around his children? What happened? Ventura expressed her frustration over not being able to spend time with him and his children in a July 2013 message she sent to Combs, which was shown to the jury this afternoon. The message in part references other divorced celebrity couples and how they spend time together with family. The message went on to say, I've been at the edge of tears this whole week. I don't think that you sympathize with my feelings. I understand you feeling like you need to protect your children, but after a while, it's like, for what? They've never known you and Kim Porter to be together unless there's something that I just don't know about. They were babies when we started dating. Very interesting, because I was just sitting here wondering, how old were the children when she took up with Sean Combs? Interesting. Cassie Ventura testified that Sean Diddy Combs introduced her to rapper Kid Cudi around 2011 so they could work on the music together. So now we know that Sean introduced Cassie to Mr. Cudi. This is getting really, really interesting. Hello, Lolo. So don't you find that interesting? He introduces her to Kid Cudi, and then they end up messing around. Damn, Satan, I'm dead. God, this plot gets worse and worse by the minute. Ventura said she began dating Kid Cudi while she was on a break with Combs. She testified that she got a burner phone to communicate with Kid Cudi because she didn't want Combs to find out about the relationship. I thought it would be way too dangerous to tell him about that, she said. Yeah, I'd say that would be dangerous. Ventura said Combs eventually found out about the relationship when he went through her phone during a freak-off. She said that she was still having freak-offs with Combs while they were on a break because it was a job. And that's where people are going to be really confused. So now you're saying you two weren't really together, but you were still having sex with him and other people. And then you were also messing around with Kid Cudi. So then the people are going to ask, well, were you having sex with Mr. Kid Cudi without a condom? Because I know you were sleeping with a lot of these men without a condom. This shit is crazy. Ventura said Combs lunged at her when he found out and he didn't make contact with her. So this is just, I'm just trying to wrap my head around all of this. You saying it was a job. These are her own words right here. She said that she was still having freak-offs with Combs while they were on a break because it was a job. So that was one of the questions I had in my head. Now I'm going to say it to the chat. Cassie, did he ever pay you for these freak-offs? Did he ever give you money? How much money did he give you? Spending money. Because you only made one album. And you did what? 2 movies that I just learned about today. So help Queen understand. Because how is this a job? And we heard her say that's how it felt. Because that's all he ever wanted. It was weekly. So when we say weekly, are we saying once a week, twice a week, 3 times a week? Lunged at her, but he didn't make contact. Yes, we learned that Sean liked to throw objects at Cassie Ventura. Women on social media would often claim to have a relationship with Sean Diddy Combs. His girlfriend Cassie Ventura testified. It happened often enough that I don't know that I would remember every single one, she said. Defense attorney Anna Estevelle asked if Ventura would react when she saw Combs with other women. Yes, mainly Gina. Ventura responded. She confirmed that a woman called Gina was the main problem in their relationship. So I have to ask, who is this Gina character? Sean Diddy Combs, the defense attorney Anna Estevelle, has spent the day questioning the prosecution's star witness, Cassie Ventura, with a focus on certain text messages from early in her relationship with Combs that appeared to reflect the open communication between the pair. Attorney and legal affairs commentator Ariva Martin told CNN this line of questioning was expected from the defense during cross-examination and was something Combs' attorneys had established from their opening statement. A big part of their case is trying to get this jury to believe that Cassie Ventura was a consenting adult in these sexual acts, these freak-offs that we've heard so much about during her direct testimony, Martin said. Martin continued. So a lot of what the defense has been doing today during the cross-examination is showing text messages and getting Cassie Ventura to acknowledge that, according to these text messages, she was a willing participant in some of these freak-offs. What the defense hasn't yet done is make the connection between those text messages in the early stages of the relationship and the violence that we heard so much about during the direct testimony yesterday, Martin said. Martin added that upon and make the argument still that she was being coerced into these commercial sex acts. Defense attorney Anna Escobar reviewed some text messages from Cassie Ventura from a 17-page text exchange between her and Sean Diddy Combs. In the thread, the couple was planning for Combs to join her in New York City for the weekend. The jury also saw texts between them planning to see the Book of Mormon and about escorts and a sex club. Now look at this. I'm down. They're planning a trip, okay? He's supposed to be meeting her in New York for the weekend. And they saw these text messages where these two were getting ready to go see the Book of Mormon and about escorts and a sex club. How do you put that all in the same sentence? Hey, what movie you want to go see? Oh, the Book of Mormon. Okay. Well, we're going to do a freak off later. I'm speechless. When Escobar moved on to another exhibit, Ventura said, "This isn't about what I feel is relevant right." What'd she say? This isn't about what I feel is relevant right now, right? Because there's a lot we skipped over. Oh, she's questioning the lawyer. Okay. Escobar didn't acknowledge her question. So she basically let her know there's more to the story. Ooh. This goes on and on. I'm not going to read any more of this because this is very winded. So I'm going to have to skim over some of this. Ventura didn't want the staff to know about the freak house. Combs would call incessantly if she didn't pick up her phone. I know this was this long. She details the influence Combs had on her physical appearance. Whew. Jesus Christ. I didn't think she said all this in court today. Combs was addicted to success. Running his companies, managing his career during a relationship. She testified that he remained busy even when they were having frequent freak-offs, consuming lots of substances, and recovering from those events. She said Ventura confirmed that she believed Combs was an addict, and defense attorney Anna Escobar asked what he was addicted to. She said success. She asked about the substances that he was addicted to. She says, I think it varied over the years. Ventura answered, adding that at one point he was addicted to opiates. Very dangerous. Okay. She said he had strong feelings about her physical appearance and controlled what she wore. I also heard that too about the fingernail polish. This is crazy to me. Here's something. Graphic text reviewed by the jury came as Ventura and Combs were planning a freak-off. Ventura also asked Combs if he had any more pills in text shown by the defense. Ventura testified that she was using opiates like Norco around the time of the messages and later said the two took various drugs together, including MDMA. Well, she did say that she would take the drugs before performing the sex acts, that she needed the drugs in order to do the sex acts. So she says, in the messages, Ventura said she needed to feel safe to be more open sexually. She told Combs a recent freak-off left her feeling dirty and grimy and noted their early intimacy felt different when they were so in love. Ventura confirmed she and Combs had conversations about the swingers lifestyle, but that freak-offs were very different. Ventura testified that she did not want Combs' employees to know about the freak-offs, and she never told her friends about them. Well, who the hell wants to tell somebody, hey, this guy I'm in love with, he hires people for me to have sex with, and he films us and he touches himself while we're having sex. I'm just trying to figure out how would you word that to your friend, let alone your own parent. This is stupid. Quite stupid. Ventura testified that she met Combs through Ryan Leslie, a music producer she dated for about 3 years. So she's dating people in the industry, which we have learned is very dangerous because we hear this all the time with actors. Actors date actresses, vice versa. Actresses date musicians. Musicians date people that play ball. It's just a vicious circle. Everybody dates each other in entertainment and sports. And usually the shit just don't work out. We've seen it. Leslie was about 10 years older than her, Ventura said, meaning Combs was the second older man she dated at that point. So now we got to ask Ryan Leslie. She met Ryan, a producer. She dated for 3 years. Okay, well, how did you date Leslie for 3 years and you met, I'm confused. You met Sean at what, 19? And he made a pass at you on your 21st birthday. You know, Queen gonna do the math. Help me understand. So when did you actually start messing around with Sean? The third year? 2021, 22? So were you messing around with this Leslie guy at 19? Oh, Lordy, 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 Lordy. There's a lot in this article. I didn't know it was this long. But anyway, I'm just brushing over stuff, okay? So he had a problem with how she looked, which I don't understand that. But she's a beautiful girl. He controlled her appearance and what she wore. She would send him photos of her clothing. See, this is where you're participating in it. Why am I going to send a guy what I plan on wearing? Why? Do you believe that Mr. Combs has good taste? Defense attorney Anna Estevelle asked. I think he does, yeah, Ventura responded. Estevelle also asked Ventura if she thought Combs had an impact on fashion and culture. She did agree. Okay. He would call her incessantly if she didn't answer her phone. She gave an example of not telling him where she was. So see, this is what I'm saying. This is where a lot of people are going to judge her. Well, you've had access to leave. You weren't living with him. You had your own place. So if he's calling you and can't reach you, then that means out of sight, out of mind. Why not just disappear altogether? So how many times did she ignore him? Naturally, everybody wants peace. They want to have sex with them. Lord have mercy. Once again, there were times she would not tell him where she was. Defense attorney Anna Estevelle asked why she thought Combs was concerned about this. I think because he would assume I was cheating, she testified, but added that he would call her for other reasons too. Yeah, I think we know what those reasons were. Cassie Ventura testified she didn't remember any of Sean Diddy Combs' employees walking in while they were having a freak off, and she said she never talked to any of his staff about them. Well, why would she want to do that? She's not telling her own friends. I'm not going to tell his staff, yeah, let me tell you what me and Sean did last night. Hey, did you know he peed in my mouth? His friend peed in my mouth. The escort peed in my mouth. Oh, yes, Sean peed on me. Because I'm confused about this peeing stuff. 1 minute, Sean asked the guy to pee on her. Then she says Sean did it to her, but he didn't do it often. Then she says she choked on the urine. I'm dead, Satan, I'm dead. And we're not even going to talk about her having sex while she's menstruating. Blood and urine all over the rooms, hotel rooms. He sent people in to clean it up. This shows you this man is filthy. Now you scratch all this sex with partners and swinging from the chandelier, filming it, taking pictures, all this shit, directing. When you start talking about extra body fluids that ain't supposed to have nothing to do with sex, if you get my drift, urine ain't supposed to have nothing to do with sex, and blood and fecal matter ain't supposed to have nothing to do with sex. Now, that's just a spoken damn word. I don't care what nobody says. I don't care how freak-a-deek-a-leak you are. It's bullshit. Once again, she didn't want his employees to know about the freak-offs. She added she doesn't have a specific recollection of a staff member in the room when she was actively in a freak-off with Combs and an escort. Ventura acknowledged that she never told her friends about the freak-offs, as I just said earlier. She and Sean had conversations about the swingers lifestyle, and eventually she saw it in person at the sex clubs they went to. So I need to stand corrected when I say the A club. They went to different sex clubs. Defense attorney Anna Estevelle asked if the freak-offs were related to the swingers lifestyle. She said related in a sexual way, yeah, Ventura said, but they're very different. Well, you got to remember, she's being introduced to this, so she only knows what she's experienced as far as the freak offs and also going to the swingers club. And I'm sure in her mind, what she was doing with Sean behind closed doors, she probably wouldn't compare that to people swinging, because she don't know no more than what she's experienced. So all this is new to her. And when she's discussed what she has discussed in court, I think there are people who, whether they swing or not, would say, hell no. Ain't nothing normal about somebody pissing on me, pissing in my mouth. No. No, no, no. Filming me, no, no, no. Directing me, no, no, no. Telling me what to do with another man, no, 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 and no, 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 no. Hell no. And I'm trying to wrap my mind, besides this having sex on her period, being pissed on by him and others. Oh, Lord, I lost my train of thought. Him telling the person what to do, put your elbow here, put your arm here. This is just a dirty, dirty, nasty version of Twister. Put your head over there. Bend down, stand up, stand on your head. Y'all see where I'm going with this nonsense. That's why I said I wasn't even getting ready to talk about this anymore, because I'd had enough. I can honestly say by day 2, I'd had enough. Because I heard somebody on the news say, oh, it's worse than what you think. That's exactly what somebody on the news said. Oh, it's much worse than what you could ever think. Because there are things we can't even say on the news, what these two were doing and the stuff they're saying in the text messages, as you heard in court today. They can't even repeat what they talked about on the damn news. Yeah, Twister. You all know what Twister is. That's what they were doing. Dirty game of Twister. Let's see, where did I leave off? Cassie Ventura testified yesterday during her direct examination that she and Sean agreed to settle that lawsuit, everybody. 2023 for $20 million. The defense just raised the subject again today with attorney Anna Estevelle asking Ventura if she thought it would be fair to say Combs' career was ruined after the lawsuit became public. I can understand that, yeah, Ventura replied. CNN legal analyst and former federal prosecutor Jennifer Rogers told CNN the prosecution would have seen this line of questioning coming, and there was a strategy behind bringing it up during direct examination yesterday before the defense cross-examined Ventura. Prosecutors always do what we call drawing the sting. So if you know there's a good point for cross-examination, you always bring it out on direct so the jury isn't surprised and they don't think, oh, prosecutors didn't tell us about this, Rogers said. So you're kind of signaling to the jury, we know about this, but we still believe our witness. Rogers said that Ventura told this story in her lawsuit. She got $20 million as a result of that story, that essentially the same story that she's telling now. So what was her incentive in bringing it in the first place? That's the bias point. It's a really good point for them, Rogers said, adding she expects the defense to hit it hard. Ventura alleged in her lawsuit that Combs raped her in 2018 and subjected her to years of repeated physical and other abuses over the course of their relationship, which Combs denied. The civil suit is separate from Combs' ongoing federal criminal trial. But we now know that the lawsuit is the reason why we are here today. Hello, Chaparita. Without the lawsuit, as someone said on the news, we probably wouldn't be here. Sean would be free, still popping pills, getting drunk, having people play Twister and sitting behind the camera, pretending to be the black version of Weinstein. That's where he would be. Free. Getting high, getting drunk, and having more freak-offs. I think that's obvious. The state heard about the allegations, and they decided to bring forward federal charges. Had she not sued Sean, we would not be here today. I do believe that. And all this time, I had never known it was her she was the reason for the federal indictment. I just thought they heard some other stuff and got some evidence, and you know what I'm saying, and brought forward the indictment. I didn't know she was the catalyst. Last year I had no idea she was the catalyst to the indictment, and maybe some other people probably didn't know as well. I don't know. All right, we're going to talk about her 21st birthday, October 2007, a few weeks after her 21st birthday. Ventura testified the email demonstrates open communication between her and Combs, but said it was usually a one-way street. She said that she would send messages being open about her feelings more often than he would. Now, are we surprised at that? Of course not. He's empty. He's not getting ready to be returning messages back to back, back to back. Yes, I love you. I care. Blah, 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 blah. It's her doing all the talking, the whining. Hey, 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 hey. That's how it usually is when you're chasing a ghost. That's what it's like. Ventura testified that the email demonstrates, once again, open communication. In the email, she wrote, "We've only really had 1 week of each other just together, and I can say that it's been the best and worst." She wrote about the things she liked about Combs and dreaming of a beautiful future together. "Who knew I'd fall so fast?" she wrote. She also wrote about some negative feelings she had about the relationship, and she indicated she felt that her friend may be better suited for Combs. "It's hard for me to handle that," she wrote. Oh, wait just a damn minute. Ding, ding, ding. What did she say? Her friend? So wait. Zoop, zoop. Who's her friend? You don't ever tell a man that. See, that's how you know how naive this child was. You don't ever tell a man when shit ain't working out, "Oh, I think my friend would be better suited for you." But then she could have been throwing that out to get a response from him. Well, let me see what he'll say. Okay? I don't know. But you don't ever do that. And she says it's hard for me to handle that. On the other hand, you're constantly weary of me. I'm sneaky. I never seem to make the right decisions to you. I'm a spoiled brat. I'm dramatic, disrespectful, and for some reason, you just don't trust me, she wrote. Wow, that's deep. So these are things obviously he has said to her. Now, here's another one. December 2009. Confirmed reflected the open communication between them. She told the defense attorney, Anna, that at the time she felt comfortable expressing her needs to Combs over participating in freak-offs, drug-fueled sexual performances orchestrated by Combs. Ventura wrote in the 2009 message that she needed to feel safe, like home, to be more open with the things we do in bed. So at this point, you can see she's not trusting him. And she's not really wanting to do these things if she's not feeling loved by Mr. Combs. She goes on to say, "The last time was a mistake, but since has made me feel a little dirty and grimy as opposed to sexual and spontaneous. That's the only reason why I go back and forth in my mind with wanting and not wanting to do it." Ventura wrote that when we used to freak off, we were so in love. There were no questions asked, but she did not feel that same level of love anymore, at least. Right, former friend. Yeah, that's the one who I thought she fell out with. Is that the same girl he threw over the balcony? Damn. Oh, Lord have mercy. This just goes on. I can't even get off this page because there's so much. Oh, yeah, it just goes on and on. It's very winded. And I'm not going to continue at 1 hour and 23 because I'll have to give you the title because I'll be on here for 2 or 3 more hours. It might be going back recapping some stuff from days before because I think today's testimony, I thought it was kind of short from my understanding. So this might be recapping a couple of days before. I don't know. I could be wrong. This is CNN, everybody. Hold on. Well, it says May 15, 2025, day 4 testimony in the Sean Diddy Combs trial. I'm going to read you a few recaps. I'm going to take a brief break. 1 second. Hold on, everybody, while I gather some things up. Hold on. All right, I'm back. Welcome to the Vault Excel. Earlier today, I'm going to recap earlier. They were talking about the text messages. Well, this may be confusing to some, but as I said, if you've ever dealt with a man or a woman, you know that 1 minute you feel one way towards them, and the next minute, you feel something indifferent. And I believe that has happened with all of us. You're happy today, then maybe 10 minutes later, you're not so happy. There are things you don't like about the person. So with these text messages, Sean texted her about doing a freak off. And he said, I want to make you hot. And she replies, I want it to be uncontrollable. So this is where some would say, well, she sounds like she's into doing the freak off. But as you heard the commentary I just read, there were times when she texted him that she didn't feel comfortable. She felt grimy. She felt dirty, worthless. That's how she ended up feeling in the end, worthless, her own words. She felt like they were better when they were in love. We also learned that they would make love after the freak offs. So at some point, she realized something was off during the freak offs. Something was not right. And that was probably because they weren't getting along. He's more into the sex act itself and the directing than her. The fact she's not spending valuable time, she didn't get to know his kids. You're hearing all this from testimony. Shit was going downhill. Also, other women, you hear mentioning of a friend, which is really bizarre to me, because that's the one thing a woman should never do is mention her friend. You don't ever even want to put that idea in a man's head. Hey, I think you like my friend. Hey, I think she likes you. I trust me, I don't recommend it. Please, anybody listening to this live, don't do that. Please don't do that. Because next thing you know, they'll be fucking. Excuse my language. She mentioned about a freak offs. I like those times. They would make love so good afterwards. Those freak offs that she liked. But as I said in her commentary, she let it be known the freak offs were only good when they both wanted it. Once again, they went to swinger clubs, LA a few times. She signed that $20 million deal. He finally gave her the money. I don't know if there's an NDA in there, but it won't matter now because she's now testifying in open court. We learned about him kissing her 21st birthday, and I've got more of that information in that article. We also heard about the dating the older man. She also told the court that he taught her how to do oral sex. Oh my God. I'm sorry, everybody. Oh my goodness. I just have a problem with all of this. I'm trying to understand where this girl's head was then, where her head was when she filed the lawsuit, and where her head is today. Because I'm trying to put together the fact that you put all this stuff in paperwork for the lawsuit. Because they're basically saying she's following everything to suit. There's nothing changed. But what I put in that paper accusing you of is totally different than me standing in a courtroom in a box, hot seat, and telling the world what we did, what I didn't do, what you didn't do, what you did, what you asked me to do, what you orchestrated, coerced, however you want to word it, what I liked, didn't like, how it smelled, how it tasted. You can't go back from this. And I get it. We've heard horrible things, sexual, about famous people. The penis smell, her vagina smell, who has bad breath, who don't brush their teeth, who has a funky odor. Certain rock star right now, he don't like to take baths. Can't remember his name, but I mentioned it to you all recently, and I thought, what the fuck? Why is she on an interview telling people she's sleeping with a fucking funky ass man? And then she's got the nerve to sit up here and say, I got a clean house and I keep my house clean. It don't matter. How can your house be clean and your husband don't take baths? What the fuck are you saying? You sound stupid. You sound fucking stupid. She mentioned that Sean did have sex with women, but maybe 4 times. And I find that bizarre. Here's a man who likes the swingers life, wants to go to swingers club, but Cassie said she only recollects him sleeping with a woman 4 times. So I found that strange. He's so into directing and orchestrating, wanting everybody to play Twister, but she's only watched him have sex with a woman 4 times. I find that fucked up. And this is why I know he's not in tune to her, or probably any woman, because he likes to stand in the background and orchestrate and direct. And that shows you he's detached emotionally. That's why I was shocked when she said, oh yeah, we will make love afterwards. First thing I thought was, well, how? But then the flip side is there are men who need, as I call it, an instruction guide, or shall I say a visual, because there are a lot of men like that. They'll have a whole woman, but they need to watch porn to have sex with their girlfriend or wife. Why do you need to watch a porn to have sex? You have a whole woman lying beside you naked. She's naked. And you need to watch a porn. For what? Hey, let's watch a porn. Why? You got a whole naked girl right here. See, I find something wrong with that. And listening to this, I know what I'm saying. I ain't wrong. Because Sean is taking that watching porn to a whole new level of sitting there in the room with the people doing it. And he's, put your arm here, put your leg there, bend over, move the ankle. You see where I'm going? There's something foul about that. That shit is crazy. They both hid their cells. The escorts came over so they wouldn't recognize who they were. But at some point, one of them recognized Sean and put together who Cassie was. He left and mentioned, described her to, I guess, his boss or whomever, friend, and they said, oh, that's Cassie Ventura. So they were taking chances with these different men coming into the room, hotels, wherever they were doing it, and not putting together common sense that these people are going to figure out. Now, we're in the age of Google. You go to somebody's house, you can pay that little fee to figure out whose house you're at, and then you can say, oh, this isn't Ma Mabel's house, this is Cassie Ventura's house. The fact that allegedly she paid, but then of course she said he paid. So which is it? You all had a credit card with both your names on the credit card? I'm confused. She also chose the men, which I find interesting considering he's so possessive. Why did he choose the men? I still believe he likes men. I'm waiting for that to come out. So far, there's no testimony of him having sex with men. Are we going to hear that later? Because those are the accusations that have been circling around the entertainment business for about 30 years, that Sean is a bisexual man or possibly just a homosexual man. And maybe he's hiding behind having sex with women, but he actually prefers men, because we have heard allegations of him grooming boy children. So we'll wait to see what comes from that. She basically said she had never done this type of thing before he took the lead. She needed more from him than just sex. And you're hearing that in her text messages. And she also said, I can be more open with you in the bed, but I need more from you mentally, conversation-wise, time. She wasn't getting that. She basically said he was the only one she wanted to be aggressive with. And I'm telling you, when I heard that yesterday, man, that floored me, because I said, she's married now to somebody on baby number 3. Can you imagine what Mr. Fine is saying to himself? Because I'm going to tell you something. Yes, men can become jealous just like a woman. But imagine she ain't doing none of this stuff with Mr. Fine. And he's sitting there listening to this man go on and on. I mean, listening to her go on and on. She's listening to the escort talk about what they were doing, not wearing a condom. She's dressed up with a wig and the shades. And Sean is telling everybody, put your right foot in, put your right foot out, shake it all about, do the hokey pokey. He might be saying, hell, we ain't getting down like that. Who the fuck am I married to? This is dangerous. This is so dangerous in so many ways. I can't even explain how dangerous her testimony is. Because the one thing that nobody is thinking about, whether you believe she's a victim or not, Cassie has to go home to Mr. Fine. Pay attention. Pay attention. She has to go home with this man. And my fear is that we're going to be hearing something else not so nice about Cassie Ventura and her husband because of this bullshit playing out in court. Because you don't know what Cassie told him about her relationship with Sean Combs. And if she didn't tell her friends that she was having sex with prostitutes, paying for the prostitutes, you want us to believe she told Mr. Fine, oh yeah, I was paying for prostitutes with Sean Puffy Combs. He was orchestrating and directing me in videos. I want you to think about that. Why would she tell a new man this information? Hello, Pill Rider. She wouldn't. She felt like her privacy was invaded by the people around him. Security always walking around, stalking her, checking up on her. Remember, they said she said he kidnapped his assistant to go find her one day. She wasn't answering the phone. He instructed them to take her phone and laptop. And this happened during a freak off, after a freak off. Well, during a freak off. She's jealous of him. He's jealous of her. She's worried about him having sex. He's worried about her having sex. This is my question. God, I'm exhausted. Cassie Ventura, how do you feel about what you told the world this week? Because you're still not done. And from my understanding, there are text messages that can't even be repeated. That's how graphic they are. And I think we all can use our imagination when you're having sex talk and blah, blah, blah. It's not stuff you're hoping somebody is sharing with other people. And what's crazy about both of these two, they both were stupid to keep their text messages. But in order for her to have that lawsuit, she probably had the proof. Well, I can show the world that he said this, I said this, so it ain't like I'm lying. Keeping those text messages is very dangerous. And naturally, if it's a crime, some type of crime takes place, law officials can go on your phone and divvy up stuff. But this is still bad to me because Cassie is, number one, a woman. She is also a mother. She has a mother. She has brothers. She has family members who are alive. And now they're walking around knowing how their relative got down sexually and how far she was stooped to go for the sake of a man. And that's very dangerous. Because let me tell you what she has done. Pay attention. She has given people leverage now. She'll do anything. She'll do anything. And you think on a heated moment, and I'm not saying this man would do this, but we're just going to be hypothetical here. In the heat of a moment of an argument with Mr. Fine, what do you think he would say to her? He's going to bring up any and everything said in that fucking courtroom this week. That man ever decides to rage war on this woman, oh, he's going to go below the belly button. Maybe I'll piss on you. You like that, don't you? Or I'll pee in your mouth. You like that, don't you? You like black men, don't you? You see where I'm going with this? You don't ever give people the upper hand. And this is why I always say you have to be careful who you partake with. You have to be careful who you sleep with, because you don't know what people are saying about you when your head is turned. They're talking about how you look, how you smell, what your house look like. Men do it all the time. They talk nasty about women. And that's the one thing I hate. It's a pet peeve of mine. I don't even have respect for a man if I hear him talking about a woman sexually. Because as my father once told me, you don't never let a man talk about what you did in the bedroom. You let his ass know you were there too. So you were a recipient. Exactly. But that's not how the world works. It's funny to some to hear a man berate and low rate a woman, what she did and didn't do. I've heard men talk about women. Oh, she'll do this, she'll do that. How ignorant can you be to be in public talking about what a woman did to you in the bedroom? But you received it. You didn't tell her no. But that's funny. And this woman is not thinking she's got to walk around. Her children are going to hear of this content. She's not thinking. I don't know how she could have shamoozled out of this testimony to say, hey, I'm not getting ready to testify. I got my 20 million. I'm done. Fix your case without me. But they said she was eager to testify. But yet she said she has no hate for Sean. But some people are going to say, oh, you hate him. You're entitled to your opinion. I think I put that on a poll on my channel. Does she hate him? Because Sean is sitting there angry as fuck. And he thinks that, oh, she hates me. And you can best believe he probably hates her too now. Oh, it was one thing I gave you $20 million, but this is what you do to me? You bring me in this courtroom along with the state of New York and douse me with gasoline. But see, as I said before, the universe is telling Sean, we've got to get it back, bruh. We've got to get it back. You're a thief. And that's what I think a lot of people aren't really seeing. This to me is nothing but R. Kelly times 2. We're going to bring you up on what you've done before in your past, but you didn't go down for. Because everything the defense is saying is the same thing they argued with R. Kelly. Why you got him in here? That's old. That's past tense. Blah, 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 blah. The universe is saying, I'm going to get you one way or the other because you've been nasty and you've done some things you have not stood account for. That's what I believe is happening here. Sean is getting paid back for some way back. And this has happened to all of them. Epstein, Weinstein, Bill Cosby. You got payback for shit you've done that you didn't get caught for and nobody pressed charges. And if Sean has messed with people's children, well, I really don't give a fuck about him going down. Just keeping it real. And I get it. People feel like, well, you should only be charged with the current charges and be found guilty, innocent of the said charges, because that is the law. But we know in the real world, the universe can maneuver in a different way than what the law maneuvers. And it's called karma. You see, karma doesn't care about statute of limitations and what you did and didn't do and what the state and the defense can prove. We're going to get you for some shit you ain't stood account for. That's karma. And I think that's exactly what is happening here. Now, the human trafficking charge, I do believe it's because of the flying people in and out of cities and different countries for prostitution, which that is what he was doing. So if some of you are confused about that trafficking, that's what that obviously is. It's the flying the people in. You're willingly soliciting them for sex. They have agreed, and you're taking them here and there. meeting, picking up, making arrangements. Where people also arguing is about the racketeering. He's the only one standing trial. The law says it has to be 2 or more to conspire. But the state says others help, but we're not seeing them on trial. So this is where some people are confused. I don't know much about all of this. I'm just listening. But dear God, I know that what I've heard this week, I wasn't even going to come back and talk about it because it's so disgusting to me. Why I quit talking about that Soto case in Florida. There just comes a point when I don't want to keep talking about stuff that's just so disgusting to the human spirit. And you're going to keep going round and around and around talking about a nasty ass heathen. What he did, what he did, what he didn't do. Is this person a victim? They not a victim. Yes, I'm on the fence about all of this because you can see she rode the ride. There were chances when she left him, opportunities where she left him, but somehow she went back in. I understand that because I've done that with a few people, not many, but I didn't go, we didn't have nowhere near nothing like what they had going on. You know, the men just didn't have their shit together. But we didn't have none of this pissing and all of that type of swinging type nonsense. No. And it ain't even about Queen being jealous. I'm just not getting ready to sit here and be swapping nothing in no open room with me, you, Peter Paul, Susie May, and all of those type of nonsense. As they say, to each his own, but that ain't my type of hype. Because I know in the end, somebody going to come up short. And you can best believe somebody has come up short in this story. And that's the one thing ain't nobody talking about, just like they did with R. Kelly. Ain't none of you wanting to address HIV AIDS. But I'm Queen. I don't got a problem with talking about it because it's the elephant in the room. We know Sean's dirty. He's a dog. Now let's talk about somebody walking around carrying the package. Because you can best believe out of the 13 men in that binder that the state has and the other binder that we don't know how many men are in there, you can bet your bottom dollar somebody is HIV positive in them binders. Come on with it, Queen. You can best believe that motherfucker down in that jail in Florida that shot up that Trump hotel that was a sex slave allegedly, he's probably got HIV AIDS. Then you count all the people these men have slept with without a condom, and this fool been flying them in and out, overseas, islands, United States, and they're probably fucking people in the islands, New York, California, Idaho, and all of them been sleeping with Cassie. So this is really deeper than Sean Combs is a bad guy. He's controlling. He's a sex fiend. What about the repercussions of everybody fucking and no condom? Excuse my language. Because that's the chance you take when you sleep with a person without a condom. You should know that you could catch something. We all know this. But Jesus Christ, a bunch of us together doing it. And then tomorrow, then the next day we're doing it again. It's a new guy, it's a new lady. And she said it. May I refresh somebody's memory who has not heard the story? He had me screwing while I was infected with UTIs. I also had stomach troubles. You had stomach troubles because you probably were having sex with well-endowed men. And we know that when a man is well-endowed, a woman will feel a lot of pressure in her lower stomach, in her girly walls. And she said her health was failing. Okay? And the fact that this man had her having sex on her period, and some going to say, well, Queen, you better reword that because she knew better than to have sex on her period. The average woman knows not to have sex on her period. Why would you want to have sex on your period? Why? No way somebody could make me want to do that, okay? Get out of here with that foolishness. Why would you allow yourself? And I was thinking about that late this morning when I was up, because I was up pilling around, watching stuff, doing my shorts to bring you all the latest. When this live is over, I have more shorts to bring you because that article was so long, it's going to take me forever to go through the rest of that stuff to put in a short if I don't already have the information. But I do have some shorts put up from the information I just read you on these little sticky notes. I done lost my damn train of thought. I'm just stunned. I'm really stunned. Because anybody who's followed this network, you know that I talk about everything. I don't just talk about breaking news, true crime stories. I talk about life stories. I've shared stories of my experiences to my perception. And I'm going to share this once again to those who are new to this network. Welcome all new subscribers, viewers. I know somebody personally who likes to have sex with two women. And as I've told some of you before about this certain man, I've questioned him in the past. Well, why? Why do you feel the need? You got to have sex with two. I just like it. He said, I'll pick a woman. Listen to me carefully now. I want to pick a woman who's down with having sex with another woman. Are you hearing this? So then the first thing that came to my mind was, well, hell, you still married. And you ain't even with your wife. And I think he probably wears condoms, because he don't want no children, because he's got 10 fucking girls. So we know he don't want no damn babies. But it's just you saying it and don't have no problem saying it. I like two women in the bed. And guess what? And I can speak from experience because I know this person. Because we're very, we were close at one time. He was like a brother to me. He don't have no empathy. He's cut dry. Don't know how to talk. Don't know how to conversate. And yet he's been chased by many women. Black, white, blue, red, don't matter. They look at him and see him, oh, he's so handsome, he's so fine. And what I want them to know is it's a price to pay for that fineness. You will get your ass caught up. And he probably knows a few things. That's why the women act gaga goo after they've been in the bed with him. Shut your mouth. And that's probably what happened to Cassie Ventura. She's like a lot of women. You've gotten caught up with the sex because sex is dangerous, is it not? Now, don't mind my French because I got to get a little gritty with you so you can understand where I'm coming from. See, you get the sex so good, you lose your damn mind. I think many of you have been there, men and women. They're doing things you like, you're doing things they like, and now you can't see straight. That's what happened to Cassie Ventura. He laid it on in the beginning as a nice guy, and then once he got the cookie, the king came out. Puffy came out. That dirty Puffy came out. Hey, bitch. Hey, whore. Fuck you. Kiss my ass. That Puffy. And now we're stunned. Like, well, why are you talking to me like that? I love you. But you still hang in there for your own sick reasons. And now, as she said, after she done gave up the cookie, hey, you ever been with a guy, another guy? No. Want to try it? I don't know. Oh, come on, you'll like it. Okay. And there you have it. You ever tried this? Ecstasy? No. Want to try it? Okay. Now you're on drugs. Hey, I only drink the best. Got some 1800. Try it. Okay. Next thing you know, you're an alcoholic. You see, it doesn't take much. You do have to have willpower because you can get yourself suckered into a many of things dealing with a human being. And many people have gotten themselves wrapped up with people. I want to make that clear before I get off this live. She's not the only one who's been hoodwinked and bamboozled and rolled the ride into the abyss. But you, in the end, have to own your part. I don't know if she has Stockholm Syndrome, what type of diagnosis she has. I think they said she has PTSD. I don't even know what type of relationship she has with Mr. Fine. But I can honestly think it probably won't be the same after this. How could it be? I'm not saying he don't love her and he won't still love her, but we don't really know Mr. Fine now, do we? And we really don't know her. And we don't really know what type of relationship these two have. Because guess what? Nobody really knew Puffy except for the people who were in his inner circle. We didn't know he was this dog ass. We know now. And one thing we've learned about smiling faces in Instagram pics, Facebook pics, that's an illusion. Come on with it, Queen Preacher. So all them happy pictures with your children at the swimming pool in the park, that don't really mean anything. Because we don't know what Mr. Fine and Cassie have been doing behind closed doors. And it'll be a shame if we find out they got a jacked up ass relationship like what she had with Puffy. Shut your mouth. And you know what? When he walked out that courtroom, that crossed my mind. It's got to be one or two. He's pissed off at Puffy. He's pissed off at her. He's pissed off more with her. Pissed off more with him. Or he's pissed off that he ain't doing what they were doing. And I know some of you saying, now, Queen, come on now. Oh, you know I ain't going to sugarcoat nothing. Because you don't know people. What if she and him just have a standard sexual relationship? No extra partners, no kinky shit. And he's sat up in that courtroom and listened to all this fucking nonsense. And now he's thinking, oh, well, I've missed the boat. Not necessarily that I want to be pissing on you or have you peeing on me, but damn, we ain't been getting down like this. Cause I felt a jug in my throat when she was testifying and they were coming back. The news reporters were repeating what she did. I had to clutch my damn pearls. I said, shut your mouth, Satan. They did what? Oh, ain't nobody get ready to piss on Queen. You can believe that. I'm not even trying to hold a puppy for that very reason. Probably so, Pam. So we don't know what's going through her husband's mind. And that's what I'm trying to explain to people. This shit is deep. It may be amusing to some people, but it's not. And you know I can crack jokes, but I am being dead serious. This shit is fucked up. Because I got a feeling Cassie's going to probably find out shit ain't like what she think. And I'm not trying to knock her marriage. I'm just saying certain circumstances can change. She should know this better than anybody. Because look what happened to her. She kept fucking around with the beast and she got burned. Now you have shared your journey with the beast to the whole fucking world. And you think there won't be consequences? You think there won't be consequences for sharing this filth to the world? This is what's bothering me, I think, more than what Puffy did to her and what she allowed him to do. Because I have to say that too. She did allow this. This isn't chain you up, lay you on the floor, let the guy come in and urinate on you and rape you. You participated. You bought the sex toys. You're calling them. You're picking them out. Some days you liked it, some days you didn't. Once again, that's her choice. But where people going to have a problem, why did you sue Puffy? Did you just want revenge because he was just a dirty motherfucker? I'm going to get some money out of this Negro. Hell yeah, I'm broke. I ain't got no record deals. I ain't done nothing. Look how much time she's wasted fucking around with Puffy. She fucked her whole life up fucking around with a nobody in a suit. Yeah, I'm preaching today. Of course, because he doesn't have any self-esteem. Of course he like humiliating her. That's what he did. I heard some white lady saying that worked at some news station saying, I got a bad feeling about him when he came in the room. See, everybody don't got the same discerning spirit. Some people can pick up on it. A lot of people probably didn't pick up on it, but that lady said it the other night. He came in the room. She said, I knew something wasn't right with him. And she says, now I know why. He had an aura about him. God-like complex. Well, look where he is now. Sitting behind a desk, pushing back, mad, nodding his head. They said he was angry today, and they said yesterday he pushed out back from his seat because he was not expecting this to be said in court. That's the thing people don't understand. What she signed on a piece of paper with $20 million, that's different than repeating it in an open court verbatim. He did this. I did this. He touched my ankle. He touched this. It's just like when you making love to your man, your woman. You're not expecting to turn on CNN and somebody's up there giving a play-by-play of what Pale Rider did or what Chaparita did. You understand what I'm saying? And she touched my ankle, then she bent over, and then she went and got the ice cream, and she put it down here, and see where I'm going? I think any of us would be mortified if one day we looked up and the nightly news was talking about us and what we had on, and then whoop, whoop, whoop. Oh, here's the video if you'd like to see it. What? You got a video? Oh, hell no. So that's why I say you need to be careful of the company you keep. Revenge porn is real. Sean is a sadist. He's proven that. He has no boundaries. He has no empathy. Just like they said, he was sitting in that courtroom these past 2 days staring at her. She's not looking at him, but he's looking through her, staring a hole because he's stunned. I can't believe she up in here telling my secrets. His children are sitting behind him. His girl children walked out this week in court when the escort was describing their father touching his penis while he's penetrating Cassie. So as I said to you, this is deeper than some man beating up a woman, having sexual escapades with different people. As I put in the short, she sold her soul to the devil, and she did. She got a $20 million, but how long will $20 million last in Los Angeles? No time. You don't get out here and work, get back in the entertainment business, your ass will be broke. You see, we are all children of God. Have children, relatives, friends. And these are things you do not want people knowing about you, what you do to a man and what a man has done to you. That's nobody's business. And I agree with the defense. Things are personal. They don't belong in the court. But because the state decide to pick up and make it a charge, that's why we're here. The point of no return. And guess what? We ain't done. You got 3 more Jane Does to go. Shut your mouth. You got 3 more Jane Does to testify and tell their version or dealing with this thing. By the time this trial ends, half of the courtroom will be fucking bald. Because your hair would have fell out from listening to this garbage. And your eyes done singed and burned off. Because I know this week, I said to myself, I told Sue tonight, I said, Sue, I'm tired of talking about this. This is way deeper than I thought. I didn't know it was going to get this ignorant. She said, well, what are you going to talk about something else? I said, well, I got to try to finish it. We hadn't even really got started. A long way to go, exactly. You talking about a month, 5 days of the week, me talking about this garbage? I'm 2 hours and 5 minutes to this live stream. I was supposed to have been off of here over 30 minutes ago. But I had to speak my piece. That this is deep. And we have seen indiscretions of people make it to the news. Bill Clinton, Monica Lewinsky, Vanessa Williams, Kim Kardashian, Ray J, many more. And people move on. As they say, as time goes by, people stop talking, stop gossiping. But baby, this right here, ain't nobody gonna forget about this no time soon. We'd have to have us a damn earthquake to where we stop talking about Puff Daddy and Cassie Ventura. This is sad to me. And there are more Sean Combs out here. You see it every day with all these allegations of people messing with people's children, rape, groping, bosses messing with their subordinates, as Nancy Grace said. This been going on. This ain't nothing new. Oh, you look pretty today, Mary. Like your hair. Next thing you know, he's touching her shoulder, rubbing her back. Oh, I'm so sorry about your relationship. I'm so sorry about your cat. Next thing you know, he's throwing his tongue down her mouth. And the rest is history. If you're a parent, you're going to have to talk to your children about inappropriate touching, groping, inappropriate conversations. That you do not have to ride that donkey ride into the abyss. What I call fake flattery. You're so pretty. Oh, you're so handsome. It's a game. Because that person has said that to 1,000 people before you, and there'll be 1,000 more after you. And as you can see with Sean, he moved right on with screwing other women after Cassie and while he was with her. He had no respect for her because he don't respect women, because more than likely he don't respect Janice. And for what they're saying, Janice lived a colorful life while raising her son. And that's probably where this behavior derived from, his childhood. You don't wake up beating up women, pissing on women, wanting to have sex with different people, groping men, children. You have been probably touched and seen open sex acts in your house, pornography. I won't doubt it. Sean probably saw it in his house. They probably had men walking around naked, touching each other, mother having sex openly in her house. He probably was touched himself. That's why you have these allegations of homosexuality. You don't see no help. Now the victim has become the sadist. And as I've said so many times on this network, most sadists have been molested as children. Not to make any excuses, it's just the stats. This is sad to me. Because as I said, she has to walk around after this. Even if he is found guilty or not guilty, Sean don't really care. All he want to do is be free so he can go back out here and get drunk and get high. She is a mother, and she is about to give birth to baby number 3. She is also married. And I don't know what she's been doing in her spare time for income, but baby. Who is she getting ready to be a poster girl for? Maybelline, CoverGirl, Lancome. Stay woke. Gucci. As they say, this too shall pass. It's in the Bible. Oh, I believe so. And I just pray that he does not take his aggression out on her. Because now, if he didn't know any of these things about Cassie and Sean, he knows now. And he may be looking at Cassie in a different way. And I'm not saying that he is, I'm just saying he could be. And I would be praying for her and her safety, be truthful. Because you don't know what can make a person pop and go off. And I would hate for her to end up back in the same situation that she came from. And I'm hoping that the relationship is a good relationship, because we can't just assume, as I said, you're seeing happy pictures of her and her kids, that she ain't been living a repeat of Sean with Alex. Because what'll be fucked up, we look up a year from now and she got another book she want to write. And it ain't about Sean Puffy Combs. I think a lot of people be like, oh my God, you got to be kidding me. Him too, what they say, not you too, Judas. We don't know Alex. We don't know how they navigate. We don't know if they really got a good relationship. Just because she got a baby, 2 plus 2.5 babies, that don't mean nothing. Just like people didn't know what was going on with her and Sean, and she's taking all these pictures of her in her evening wearing her hair's done nice and her makeup's nice. They don't know she's getting beat up, pushed, shoved, all these crazy sex acts and stuff. She's getting diseases and urinary tract infections. You didn't know that, did you? You sure did. Well, you know now. So I don't know what the hell's going on with her and Mr. Alex. And the way he's been storming about that damn courtroom, it's no telling what that damn white man might do to her. Because he's going to need a punching bag. So I hope he has a good, calm demeanor about himself to where he can handle what he has heard, because Cassie is not done. She's got to wrap it up by tomorrow, lunchtime. And I pray, please wrap it up. I done heard enough. Because like they said in court, what's today, Thursday? It was probably yesterday or Tuesday said, oh, honey, y'all ain't heard nothing yet. And the first thing I thought was, huh? What the hell are they talking about? They said, you ain't heard nothing yet. It's like somebody knew this was coming. Somebody knew. How they knew, I don't know. And so you heard the news people telling you today, oh, the text messages are so graphic, we can't even repeat it on the news. And let me tell you what I saw on Law and Crime tonight, if you really want to have a chuckle. I'm on the phone talking to Sue, and I said, Sue, you won't believe what I'm looking at. A fucking AI-generated version of the court proceeding. Are y'all hearing me? Lord have mercy, I'm dead. They got Sean Puffy Combs sitting behind the desk, an AI figure with his hair gray, sweater, shirt, tie. Then they got the white lady with short wavy hair as the prosecutor giving the opening statement, looking like a cartoon character. I said, Lord have mercy. If y'all don't take this shit off this television screen, now y'all going too damn far. I'm sitting there looking at my a TV screen like I've been popping ecstasy. I said, what the hell is this? AI generated courtroom proceed. You could check it out. It's on Law and Crime. I said, oh yeah, we are hellbound. Because y'all done went too damn far now. I don't know. Pam. Is there anybody in the audience or listening to this commentary want to hit the link to give your public opinion about the trial thus far? I don't even think I have the strength to put up any more content tonight. I just don't want to talk about this no more. I don't want to make no more shorts. I'm burnt out. That's why I'm going live. Because I don't feel like making no more videos about this damn nonsense. Anybody in the viewing audience want to come up on the panel to give his or her opinion about Cassie's testimony? Do you believe what she has told the court? How is she feeling? How is her husband feeling? Her family? How does Sean feel? How does his family feel? Hell, how does the court reporter feel? Shut your mouth. I pray for their families to find strength, comfort, and guidance through this awful situation. Well, I like, you know, the old saying about the fly on the wall. I can only imagine what is going on in their hotel room. She said so many freaks in this industry. Girl, you're a fool. Woo! When they say the devil is busy, they meant that. Well, I'm too old for all that kinky stuff. About to be talking about me playing Twister with you. Hell no. Ain't no way. Urinating on me. Oh my goodness, I'm dead. I'm dead, Satan, I'm dead. Hold on, you all. I bet you Sue probably in the bed, but she listened to this live stream. She probably gonna think, what in God's name is Queen talking about in this live stream? If I was a guy, I'd go nuts hearing this about my girl. Yes, but see, that's the thing that we all have to remember. All of us have sinned and fornicated because we're human. We've all done things that maybe we didn't do with another partner or this partner. Everybody knows this. And that's why I said this is a slippery slope with Cassie and her husband, because he probably had no idea the abuse and the other sexual escapades, because this is not something you tell a man. You don't go tell no man you just met, oh yeah, I was with Puffy and he had me doing this, and some days I liked it and some days I don't, and yeah, he told the guy to urinate on me and I didn't like it, and then they peed in my mouth and I didn't like that either, and then I was having sex and I was infected. Who the fuck is gonna tell a man that? That ain't nothing you gonna tell a man after a couple of years of dating him. You gonna take that to the grave. Why you think she ain't telling friends? Because you already know women talk, we gossip. She fall out with a female, they'll go run tell the tabloids. Woo, let me tell you what her and Puffy been doing. Go sell the story to TMZ some damn body. No. That Mr. Fine didn't know none of this stuff. Now, I know she had to talk with him about the lawsuit. And I don't know if she told him what she put in the lawsuit. She may have sugarcoated and just said he abused me. Because like I said, everything that's been said in court allegedly was in the lawsuit documents. So I can't see that she had to be married to him when she filed the paperwork for the lawsuit. That's another thing ain't nobody talking about. When she filed the lawsuit, she was with Alex. Why he didn't say, why are you doing this? Why are you suing him? Come on, somebody. Let's talk it out now. You know, Queen asked the question most people don't like to ask. because people focus on one thing in true crime in cases. I talk about everything because I've been thinking about that this week. When she decided to sue Puffy, what did she tell her husband? And what was his answer, his response? Well, why you want to sue him for what? What he did to me? Okay, but you're not with him no more. You're with me. I just know she met him at a gym. That's all they said. She met him at a gym. Because every time she testifies, something new, different than what you're hearing on another network. So, I don't know. But you got to remember, these are everybody's version of what they think they're hearing in a courtroom. Sweet Jesus. And I'm confused about when she was dating the older man and when she started messing with Sean. Because they said she messed with the older guy for 3 years. Well, she met Sean when she was, 19? Everybody keeps saying she started messing with him when she was 19. Well, how could she be messing with Sean at 19, but dated the other guy for 3 years before Sean? That means she could have been a child. So they ain't got that right. Maybe she was messing with the guy at 19. It didn't work out at 22. But where does Sean fit into that? Because they said he kissed her on her 21st birthday. So something ain't adding up. Something's really off. Something's off about this older guy and Sean. I think both of them were intertwined. That's what this sounds like. Because they said something about she went to Miami and made it seem like she was going to visit the boyfriend. And I don't know if this is the guy they're talking about, but really she was going to see Sean. This might be the same guy. Somebody said, did he hire him as her personal trainer? That's how her and her husband met. Oh, okay. Well, thank you. I didn't know. And nobody's mentioned that. I hadn't heard that. All I heard is that she said she met him at a gym. It's what one news outlet said. That she met him at a gym. Well, if she met him at a gym, well, then why is somebody reporting she met him at a gym? If Sean hired her. That's why I said sitting here, the time is not coinciding. That she met Sean when she's 19, but they said she messed with the one guy for 3 years. And Sean is already putting in his bid when she's 21. So 19 plus 21 is only 2 years. Lord have mercy. The link is in the chat. If you have something you'd like to say about this testimony thus far, we're talking about at all points pertaining to this testimony. Do you believe it? She's a victim. She's half victim. Rode the ride. She deserved the money, didn't deserve the money. Should the other people get paid? Will he be found guilty? Not guilty? He's also going to be facing gun and drug charges. So no matter what they say in court, he's still got to face those charges. So he's not out of the water. What is the jury thinking? They said the jury was listening intently. I think I heard somebody yesterday say one lady smirked. So I don't know if that smirk was in a good way or a bad way pertaining to what she was testifying. But you got 8 men, and you can best believe out of those 8 men, you got one that thinks just like Sean. You know that. Think like him and act like him. That's even worse. Another one walking around. Hit the link. You want to be heard. Don't be shy. Hell, nobody else is being shy. Listen, ain't nobody else being shy. Damn. They're worried about her going into labor, so they want to wrap this up by tomorrow, lunchtime. Because her baby is due next month. And who knows how much stress this is causing her testifying in court. Whew. Such a Lord have mercy. When they say there's a leak in this old building, they meant that. Will he be found guilty? Not guilty. Who else is going to testify? Will the other testimonies be believable from these Jane Does? One is missing. They have had no contact with her or her attorney. What is going on with her? Is she going to testify? She should at least have the decency to call the state to say she's backed out. That's the decent thing to do, Jane Doe. If you're not going to testify, call the state's attorney's office to tell them that you are not going to testify against Sean Combs. Stop wasting their time. So then you have to ask why she's not testifying. Why she changed her mind. Sean is probably glad. Now, as I said to Sue earlier, Sue said, well, maybe something happened to her. I said, well, I hope not. Did Sean get to her? Did he get some henchmen to find the lady? Because I find it strange. They can't reach her or the lawyer. Lord have mercy. I'm not getting ready to think nothing bad. But I think it's very strange. The lawyer won't respond. The lawyer could respond on her behalf. Hey, she's decided she doesn't want to testify. Sweet Mary. Defense portrays Cassie as willing participant. Love text, drug use, jealousy. That is the conversation during this live stream. Check out my extensive library of shorts and videos. Follow me on the Newsbreak app, where I also give similar commentary to breaking news and hot topics. I can't even talk about nothing else but talking about this nonsense. Lord have mercy, Jesus. If something's been left out during this live from her testimony today, I'll try to put it in a short. There was a lot of content left to read, and I just couldn't read all that. It's just too winded. That's why I played the video from earlier that recapped what was said in court today. It seemed like it wasn't a lot from what most of the videos I pulled up weren't a lot. They were pretty short and to the point, barely 2 minute videos. So I think some of that other content I was reading may have came from earlier testimony, conversations about her friend and the freak offs and the binders. That had me thinking too about the binders. 13 men in the second binder. That was yesterday. Tuesday, they had a binder, but they didn't say how many men were in that binder. But yesterday in court, she admitted to sleeping with the 13 in binder number 2. Then you've got that Audi guy down in Florida who shot up the Trump hotel. He admits to sleeping with Cassie 15 times. Oh, man. And he ended up becoming he left being a Chippendale to escort to adult film star and was married. And he said, I think I got addicted to the life and the fast living. That's why I didn't dedicate any time to my wife. And then she found out about the $5 million NDA that he signed with Sean. And she says, I think that's why he didn't tell me about it when we divorced. He didn't want me to get the money. Well, who has the money now? Because he's locked up. He's incarcerated for shooting at those people at that Trump hotel. Lord have mercy. Crazy. 34 people viewing. It's awfully quiet down there. But seriously, of all these participants men and women in the freak offs. What's funny, Eileen? How many people have contracted venereal diseases and or HIV? Because I don't care what nobody says, there is no way you're going to make me believe that these men, women, somebody in that group is not HIV positive. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Yeah, y'all too quiet. Ain't nobody saying nothing. I didn't put the link in case somebody wanted to, come up here and share their opinion with the world. I guess not. Well, I'll check out of here, but I think I've talked enough. I need to be preserving my voice. I don't know what else they can talk about tomorrow. I just can't listen to nothing else. So I guess the state says, well, we'll listen to what she has to say and keep it moving. The defense said they're going to try. You're welcome, honey. Oh, so I was brushing my teeth. Well, I'm surprised you didn't have nothing to say. Hit the link to come up here and talk. The link is in the chat. If you want to give your opinion before I check out of here, you're welcome to come up on this panel. You do not have to show yourself. But if you have something you'd like to say about Cassie Ventura, if you believe her testimony, if you believe she was a victim, she is a victim. If you believe she's a survivor, if you believe the charges against Sean, that it is racketeering, trafficking, transportation, engaged in transportation, for trafficking, and also one of the charges is, as well as arson. Now, naturally, as one expert said, the state will have to prove that he set that man's car on fire, Mr. Kid Cudi. Lord have mercy. What a mess. I don't know how they're going to prove that. Because they're going off of Cassie's conversation about the car. So we'll see. Hello.
Hi. Okay.
Hello. What's going on?
Hello. Okay. You know what? I've been thinking about it more, and I feel bad. I want their family to stay together. I just, because she's about to have a new baby, and I know their kids are very young, but you're not wrong. I feel kind of weird, like he didn't have any idea. He must have known at least that she was involved in some of this, like, dirty stuff going on. I can't imagine that she didn't. Okay.
So now, how would he know what she was doing behind closed doors? Because other people didn't know. So how would this guy she met at the gym, or however she met him, how would he know? You understand what I'm saying? How would he know?
Yeah. I guess for me personally, when I met the man I'm with now, I was really open and honest with him about,
your past
not
sexual
like
relationships?
a little bit, not in detail, like completely, but yeah, I mean, I just
okay. Let me ask you this. Okay, not to be personal, but did he ask you for a number?
No.
Okay, so I want you to think about everything you've heard and ask yourself logically that a woman would tell a prospect, a guy that she's known for 5 months to whatever, because I don't know, tell a man any of this. I just want you to think about that.
Yeah. And you know what?
Then answer.
Okay. I did think about that. I did. And you know what? That is true. I have changed my opinion a little bit because I did kind of think about that. And when you think about all of the people in times that would, yeah, I think that is kind of bad, and I wouldn't want to share that. That would be humiliating and
I mean,
not.
because
If
you have
I,
to think about the way she worded it in the court. Okay, you telling a stranger that you just met, or you wait however long you think you could trust her. You say, "Well, I think I'm going to share some details with him about my relationship with Sean." Well, he used to beat me. He used to film. He used to make me sleep with other guys, and I ordered the sex supplies, and I ordered the men, and I chose the men, and I also was sleeping with him while I was infected. Oh, I was also sleeping with him on my period. I was sick
right.
on drugs. Can you imagine that conversation?
I mean, yeah, I get like sometimes women, if they're in like really terrible, like um, abusive relationships, I can kind of get that where, things happen, things happen, you're brainwashed or you're manipulated or you're just beat down. But then when I remember
No,
when
no,
you
I'm
brought up
saying,
the guy,
listen. Can you see her
okay,
saying to her now husband when they were dating? Could you see her repeating the shit you just heard in the court?
no, not when they're just
That's what I'm asking.
dating, right? But when you think that you're going to get serious or there's a prospect of marriage, then you would want there to be trust and would hope that you'd want to be a little more open and honest and,
Well, I'm gonna
you
ask you,
know,
Rita. Would you tell your prospect husband what the fuck she just told us?
mm, if there were somebody that God, I mean, especially, well,
Stuttering.
she went
You
after him
stuttering.
for money. I mean, she wasn't going to hide it forever. She couldn't hide it forever. So I would,
Okay, and that's exactly why I said when she
yeah.
decided to sue, he would have to have been told, and he would ask, "Why are you suing him?" You see where I'm going?
Hmm.
What was her
Yeah.
answer? He had to ask. Only a fool would not ask her.
Right. And I would hope, I mean, hopefully she told him. That's what I would hope. But
Mm.
so you don't think she did tell him everything?
Not all of that.
Yeah. Well, when it, it refreshed my memory a little bit when you talked about that guy that shot up the hotel
You would tell
and
your
just
friends
that
this.
guy.
You would tell your friends this more than you would tell a boyfriend or husband this. Come on now. Who would
mm,
tell any man this?
I don't know. Maybe I'm weird. My husband and we're really good friends.
Okay.
He's put up with a lot for me. I'm not like that, but anyways. But he's a good guy, and we're friends.
What I'm
He's
saying is,
amazing. Yeah,
she just told the court, my friends didn't know. So there's no way I'm going to think,
right.
even in her weakest moment, she might
That's
be
a
able to
good
tell this
point.
guy half of this stuff.
That's a good point. Yeah. And then the fact that just that one dude alone, she slept with him 15 times.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
I don't think
So
I've been with
imagine
any.
15
Oh,
times with him. That's not
right,
counting when they live other places, New York, LA.
right, exactly. And that's why when that, my memory got refreshed with that, it kind of did change my opinion a little bit. And I think that's okay. I admit it. Um, but I guess I have a soft heart and I just want people to be happy. And I want, I just hope for healing. And I feel terrible. Like, yeah, you're right about, there's so much, probably tons of diseases spread around and it's so gross. All of it is so disgusting. And
Yeah,
I'm
because
really angry
I
that his
really believe
children are in there
that she was
listening
as
to that
honest.
too.
I was stunned that she was as honest as she was to just tell all this stuff. I'm just still stunned that she's telling it. I'm stunned.
Yeah. Well, she was kind of forced to at this point. She had to come on and tell. And now they have all the evidence too, like the photo evidence and the video evidence.
Yeah.
I mean,
And they
so
wouldn't
she
show that
kind
to
of,
they wouldn't show any of the video stills to anybody else in the court except for the jury. But that's still 12
right.
people that have seen you in a
Yeah.
compromising
And it's
situation.
And it sounds like a really raunchy porn. Yeah, the raunchiest crap I've ever heard of. But now I sound really judgmental, but that's my opinion. It sounds terrible. But yeah, so, but I still hope for the sake of her family, for her children, that hopefully her husband and her can get through this. It may be hard. I don't know. Maybe it won't work out, but that's just what I would like. Hang on one moment.
Well, I guess only time will tell. But the fact that, they said he stormed out yesterday, and then somebody in the audience just now said he stormed out today, and that don't look good.
Right. I saw that he ran out of there.
Because that's showing you he can't listen. So as being a adult, if a person is running out of the courtroom, what do you think is happening behind closed doors when he has her alone?
Yeah, it's probably very emotional, and yeah, whether it be anger or sadness or feeling like they've been betrayed or lied to. It's not good, for sure. Not good on a relationship.
Why didn't you tell me? Because he could say right now, well, you've slept with all these men and I've been sleeping with you without a condom since I met you. Do I need to get an AIDS test? I'm just saying.
Well, I hope they would have, by this point, had regular health checkups and all that.
But most people do not you have to get an AIDS test specifically.
Yeah, that's true. I know women go in and get their women's health check.
But you're not going to find out if you got AIDS from a pap smear.
Right.
You might have some.
No. Right. That's true. Right. You have to get your blood drawn. Yeah.
Yeah. You got to specifically ask for an AIDS test.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot to think about. It's just really sick, and how one small group of people or one man could cause all of this evil and suffering.
Let me ask you this so we can quit dancing around this elephant in the room.
Okay. I don't want to dance around. I want you to be blunt with me.
Is she partly responsible?
I think she does have responsibility. Yeah, because she set up a lot of it. She would make arrangements, and I know she was young, but so I do think she has a little bit, some responsibility there. But I feel like she was also really, taken advantage of too, like her body. And we saw the video of her beating the crap out of her.
There was no reason. Like I said to somebody on the News Break app, I told this one guy, I said, "Oh, it don't matter what happened in that room. He didn't have no business beating her up. It don't matter what happened in the room."
Yeah.
Obviously, something bad happened. That's why she was running out of there.
Yeah. Exactly.
Okay. Did she deserve the money?
He gave her the money. Wasn't that to
She asked. It was really bribery. You pay the money.
Right.
I put the information.
Or I'm going to open all this. Yeah.
And then also I want you to think about this. Hold on. I want you to think about this. When she made this proposition, because my understanding is that this had been going on for some time, she was with Alex at that time. 23 is just not even 2 years ago. Stay woke.
Right. Maybe she doesn't deserve the money, but he sure as hell doesn't. And I'm kind of glad that he had to pay some money. I mean, I don't care if he should lose every penny he has. And I don't care who gets it at this point. Honestly. Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying though. Yeah. That's kind of
what I'm saying, what I want everybody to think about is that at some point Alex has had to ask her, why are you wanting to sue a man when you're with me? See, that's why I ask questions that nobody asks.
Yeah.
Everybody's talking about everything else. I go in the belly of the beast when I talk about content.
How long has she been away from him when she sued him? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
She's been gone from him for years.
And then just one day, years later,
and she got with him, and a year later she married, which I think she married him too soon. I don't think you should have married anybody after what you went through with Sean. There's no way I'd be marrying another man a year later after leaving him. No.
Oh, right. Yeah. She should have been going through a lot of therapy.
He just filed a lawsuit in 23. It went through in 23, but they're saying they had been wrangling for some time. The point I'm trying to make is she was with Alex with the wrangling and when the finalization happened with the lawsuit. So I find all that bizarre that a man would be wanting to know, why are you trying to sue somebody when you're with me?
Right.
Makes sense. I mean, think about it. It's a logical question to ask a human.
It is. Yeah.
When I talk about a hit and run accident, somebody hit your car and you're suing the driver.
I sure learned a lot from watching you. God, I think I have things known, and then I really end up realizing I don't know all that much, and I should be speaking on it that much.
That's the point of life. You don't know no more than what somebody tells you. They always say that with court. We only know what the people bring us to the court. We only know what the prosecutor shows us. We only know what the defense shows us. That doesn't mean that something is not missing.
Yeah.
Because that's life, isn't it? I only know what you told me, right?
Yeah.
That don't mean it's the truth, right?
Yeah, but you bring up good things that sometimes people don't really think about.
No, because ain't nobody, the only thing people are focusing on, the stuff he did in that courtroom, but you're not thinking about how they all got to this point and what's going to be the fallout after testifying. Because ain't no way anybody can think she's just going to waltz up out of there and go back to a happy life after this. I could be wrong. She just might.
I hope they can. I do wish the best for her and her children and her husband, just because I feel bad for the kids that are all involved and wrapped up in all that. I feel bad for his kids, his daughters especially. I don't know why they're
looking
in
at him
that
in a different
courtroom.
light now. They're looking at him in a different light. And that's what I kept trying to tell people. How can a sadist be a good parent? How can a sadist be a good husband or boyfriend? He can't. That's why we're here.
And they're having to see all these video and you said the jury was only allowed to see them.
Yeah, only the jury can see the photos.
Okay. Well, that's good. That's a small blessing, but anyways.
Yeah, they don't want to be doing re-victimization is what they're calling it.
No
need to blaming.
Got it. That's good. Okay. Thank you for letting me up. I know
You're fine.
I love your show. I love listening to you. You're a smart lady. And you really do. You make me think a lot. And I appreciate that.
Too much. Too much.
No. It's good.
Well, let me ask you this before you go.
Okay.
Guilty, not guilty.
Oh, he's guilty. He's got to be guilty.
I mean the jury.
If the jury will find him?
Not your verdict, but the jury's verdict.
Well, I'd like to listen to I'm not going to make a decision yet. I would like to hear more. Because I'm not going to. I'm not going to, I've just, since tonight, I've changed my mind already about a couple of things. So I like to wait it out and see what
I always like to
everything is.
I like people to think about everything that's been said.
Right. Put it all on the table and then, So that's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to make a decision yet. In my book, he is a bad man and he should be locked up.
Okay.
And and I think there are other people that need to there are consequences that should be given to people, anybody, people who know, and maybe that even oh God, and I feel bad for saying that because I know she's been through hell, but she knew things were going on too, like bad things, and other people were being victimized too. And
by law, they were breaking the law with the prostitution, and that's why I think people are confused about the charges themselves. By law, you are not supposed to be paying for sex. It is against the law to pay for sex.
Yeah. Yeah, I know in most states it is.
Yeah.
I think it's
Except for
legal in Nevada, but yeah, I don't know about any other states that have it legalized. But
And
and
that's
just
where human trafficking comes in. You're now
mhm,
traveling for the sole purpose to have sex and payment. So when you call
right,
up Bob and say, Bob, can you get on a flight to California, New York, and I'm going to pay you 6,000 or 2,000. That is also against the law, and that's what's considered human trafficking because now the person is traveling over state lines for the commission of prostitution. So it do make sense now that I say it out loud.
yeah. And I have heard, I don't know if it's true, but I have heard that there were minors involved at some
Oh
point.
yeah, that
They may be adults
that's what
now,
people can be
but
charged with too. Anybody that can bring
right.
that he fondled them, touched them, because that's what I
Hmm.
said. This is probably just the universe getting payback for all the little sins he has committed and didn't stand
Right.
account for.
It's kind of busting it wide open. And also if if people were drugged,
They got
without
videos of
their
that. They got
consent.
videos. Remember we heard that a month
Yeah.
ago where the person looks young and looks like they don't know their film. They don't look like they're aware of their faculties. Whoever has
Right.
witnessed the videos, news networks have seen the video. I don't believe those people are lying at what they saw in those videos.
Yeah. Yeah. So somebody was like slip a drug in their drink and then they were taking advantage of that is
Yeah, they should
also
have brought those
highly
charges as
illegal.
well. They should
Yeah,
have brought those
right,
charges as well. Why they didn't bring those, I don't know, but they should have brought those.
right. I wonder if they've found any of those people, talked to any of them.
Well, my understanding is that the person is recognizable in the video. Get my drift.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I do, I think.
That's why people were
So you think it's
speculating.
like a
That's why
famous
people were
celebrity.
speculating. That's why people were speculating who it was months ago.
Right.
Justin
Oh my
Bieber.
God. Yeah, it's sickening. And then he's
I don't know if it's him
been
or not.
having a lot of mental health problems
But I
too,
heard
apparently.
I
Yeah.
heard a news lady say you can make out who it is. And we'll leave it at that. So they're not
Okay.
making that up.
Right.
So that shows you how sick he is.
Yeah.
So the state gets the videos. People at the news stations have seen the videos, and they're saying you can see that it looks like a child.
Mm.
They
And
look like
I
they're
don't-
under the age of 18.
Jeez. Lord Jesus. And I can't understand
just
why people would let their minor child go. Oh God. Because of the money and fame. And
They're famous, yeah, and that's what's wrong
Yeah.
with it. Like we get so excited when we see the football player, the hockey player, and you put them on a pedestal and you forget they're human. They drink, they get
right.
high, they're sadists, they cuss, they steal, they rob, they beat up people. They're no different than anybody else. They're just famous. That's all.
Yeah, like you say, we don't really know people. We don't really know. Yeah, it's true. Very wise. You're a very wise lady.
But we do that with everybody, do we not? Politicians. Praise the
Yeah,
politicians, put them on pedestals.
Oh, not me. But yeah, no, I know what you're saying. Even our ministers and
Everybody.
priests and
Community leaders.
Yep.
Church people, clergymen. Oh, he would never do that. She would never do that. No, she wouldn't.
But you never really know people.
You don't know anybody.
Yeah.
Like somebody said, look what women have done for men, and the men weren't rich. They've sold drugs, trafficked drugs, got high, sex with other men, women, helped them molest children, rape children. So why are we shocked about this with Cassie? How can you be?
I'm not shocked. I'm really not. And I expect it to get way worse. I really do.
I'm sure it's going to be worse.
I don't know. I guess I feel kind of bad because she was very young when she met him. And, the thought of being famous and rich and in a 19-year-old's mind.
That's what it looks like to me when I
Yeah.
about it yesterday. I said, this is just a classic case of a pimp and a prostitute.
For
This is
sure.
a classic case of pimping a person out. That's all he did to her. He
Yeah.
pimped her out. That's why she could say the things she said about enjoying it and liking it, and then
Oh
sometimes
yeah.
he didn't like it. She got pimped out, sadly. It's a horrible word to use, but that's what he did to her. He has no respect for her
Of
anymore.
course. No, you're right. That is what he did, and she was just trying to make him happy. Like she said, she was in love with him, or thought she was in love with him, infatuated with the lifestyle, and wanted to. It was fun for her in the beginning. She was excited about it, but then slowly was realizing that she was being used,
Yeah, all
and
these women he's been
that's
with,
all it really was.
and he's not married to not one woman. Look at all the people
No.
dated, from Jennifer Lopez up until
Yeah.
Kim Porter, Young Miami
Right.
rapper, Cassie, beautiful women, yet you don't have one wife. Pay attention.
I always thought
You don't have
that.
one wife.
And I never thought he was very attractive, in my opinion. I never thought.
He
Yeah.
probably has an
But
attractive penis.
yeah.
Haven't
Ugh.
you seen that before?
The charm.
The women get used to, yes, and then once he pull
Oh,
his drawers down and he's got something to work with, not trying to be vulgar, but women get mesmerized by the penis. It happens every day. Like somebody said, he's just rich, that's all. But women have
ugh.
fallen for bums
Yeah.
every day who are broke as hell, ain't got a pot to piss in.
Yeah. That's really sad that women feel like they are not worth more than
Tangled up, you get tangled up with him. You see he ain't working, he ain't doing right, he don't want nothing, he's
yeah.
an addict. You running around, bailing them out, going to the courthouse, going to the jail, fooling with crazy family members. He's talking
Having children with him that he's not taking care of. God.
So this
Yeah.
case is only different because he's wealthy and well known. That's all.
Yeah. There are many more like him. We've already, yeah.
Many more.
Yeah.
Many
The world
more.
is a bad, sad place sometimes. I just don't like to realize it sometimes, I guess. But
Well, you must don't watch YouTube then.
I do, but I don't watch a whole lot of true crime.
Oh yeah, every video in the queue is about co-conspirators, a man, a woman, and I just saw a video the other day where it's a black man and I think a white woman. They had a girl kidnapped in their house for 7 years.
Oh my God.
So now you see
Did she survive?
who the girl was. She's been in their house all this time.
Yeah. Did she get out alive?
Well, I guess so because they're arrested.
Oh, thank God. That's terrible though. I'm glad she's alive, but that's awful.
I'm assuming. I didn't open it. I didn't open it because I didn't want to read it. I didn't want to read that trash. I've talked about enough crazy stuff. I said, God,
Yeah, I know.
I have to give my brain a break.
I know this is a little off topic real quick, but when I was 7 years old, I had a schoolmate who was abducted and murdered.
Oh.
And
sorry.
And it was a neighbor of hers, and he actually was a teenager.
Mm-hmm.
And he's out free. Now, as far as I know, they changed his identity for him. Once he turned 21, he was released. And
because he was a child when he did it.
yes.
Yeah. Wow.
And I lived in the area where, it really shook the community. A very small little community too, where it happened. And then I live in the area now where Polly Class was taken from.
Okay.
Yeah. But anyways, yeah, that bothers me. Crimes that have to do with kids, and I really do.
I have to be careful. I think one girl, I just was going through the YouTube queue last week, and they were showing the back of the girl's head. She had met somebody on some app called Robo something, and thought she was meeting a kid, I guess, and he was a grown ass man. And luckily, she's nothing bad happened to her, I guess. But the point is, kids, everybody has to be careful meeting people and talking to people and saying, "Oh, I'll meet you at the mall. I'll meet you at the stop sign." If you have not video chatted, you don't go meet them if you have not video chatted. Had she video chatted, she would realize she wasn't talking to a child.
Okay. And so she didn't go.
She did go.
Oh, she did not video chat. Okay, she did not video chat. She could have, but she
grown.
Got it. Yeah. Oh, wow.
Kids don't
How old was she?
They just talk. I don't know. She was a child. They just said she was a child.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't.
What
And
grown-ups
it's
do too.
scary. It's a scary world.
It's just like you go online and meet somebody on a date site, and all you're doing is talking, email and texting, but you don't
Oh
never
yeah,
video chat. That's sign number one. You have to video chat with people. If they don't want
right,
to show themselves, don't continue talking to them.
right. There's something wrong with them if they
Yeah,
can't,
you
if
can't.
they
Oh, my
avoid that.
phone is
What
broke.
do
My
they have to
screen is
hide?
cracked.
Yeah,
I've heard all the
yeah.
excuses. My screen is cracked. Well, my
Oh,
screen is cracked too. Goodbye.
that's shocking. You're so beautiful and you're such a nice lady. God, I'm
Oh,
surprised you don't
yes.
have men
Listen,
knocking
being a
down your
black
door. I'm not kidding.
well, thank you. But being a black woman in this area, it's very hard trying to find a decent black man if I want to date a black man.
Yeah. Oh,
It's horrible.
well, you definitely deserve it. You deserve to be happy and have a good
Thank
man
you.
of your dreams. Oh my gosh.
Cornbread online is just like anywhere else. Where do you all think the people from online come from? They're your friends, your neighbor. There's no such thing as don't talk to people online. You talk to people online you're talking to me online. What's the difference?
Yeah.
You're online talking right now in the chat. I'll tell you all about that.
You
Everybody,
just got to be smart about it, cornbread. Yeah. Be wise. Be wise like Queen.
you go on the apps and talk to people in the articles, arguing with them. You're online talking to somebody. You use your real name. They know how to find you.
Mm. Yeah.
The people out here are the same people online. There is no difference.
Yeah. There are people that use their
Corporate
avatar name.
Thank you, sweet. Cornbread's a mess. He's been
Oh,
with me. He's been with me a while.
that's okay. You're cool, cornbread. No, but there are people that will use like their real name as their YouTuber account name, you
No, I
know?
don't do that. No, I learned that the hard way.
Right, because then people could go and look for you on Facebook or
They will go look.
Instagram.
When they get in your inbox, they're going to talk crazy.
Right.
I know I was
And then
threatened. I was
yeah, they
threatened
could
by
see.
the family of some missing children. They threatened me, talking about you, coat whore, you, blah, blah, blah. And I thought, you know what? You
Oh,
can say whatever you want, you crazy ass folks out there in California. The point is, you all abandoned those
um,
kids for them to be going through the state's care and end up dead.
oh my gosh, are you talking about the California City Boys? Oren and Orson?
Yes. Yes.
Oh my God, that was so terrible. I live in California, and
Grandfather,
it's
that,
okay. I don't take any offense. But that's terrible that they did that to
uh,
you. And look what they
I ended up getting
did.
rid of
Yeah,
it. No
he
time for
just.
that nonsense.
Oh my God, those poor little babies. And you know they're gone. They're never going to be found.
Mhm.
Breaks my heart. They were beautiful.
There's no telling. They're out there in the desert. I mean, there's no telling where those kids are.
Yeah, I know. Breaks my heart. They're so
But
beautiful.
the point is, they went through the system. They had tons of relatives, and the
Yeah,
state didn't give the boys to not one family member. So you don't get in my
I
inbox trying to tell me nothing because
right.
my state didn't give them to your ass. That's how I look at it.
Right, that's kind of strange, right? Wouldn't you think that if there was a fit family member with a
Exactly.
stable home, they
Exactly.
would prefer to place them there
Well,
instead
they
of
didn't. You know
with
why?
a
Because
stranger?
you had two babies fucked up. And the one thing that nobody knew, since everybody thought they knew so much about the story, she had other kids who were raised by their fathers, and she never talked about them one fucking time on
Mm,
the news. Because I was going to go send an email to Vinnie Politan and say, you might need to think twice before you put people up on your fucking stage. When she's never
right.
told you all, she's got other kids she didn't take care of. And a lot of people
Yeah.
are like, Queen, are you
No,
serious?
they thought you were bashing the family like for no
No,
good
I knew the
reason,
dirty
but you
secret. I
were,
knew the
yeah,
dirty secret that she has more
right.
children that she would not talk about to the public.
Yeah. And yeah, and that doesn't
You're
make
doing
sense.
press
Like
conferences
you're not
trying
a
to
good
sue.
mother,
You're
right?
trying to
You're
do
not a
press
good mother.
conferences to sue the state of California. But the one
Mhm.
thing you didn't tell in the press conference, oh, by the way, I've got some other children. I got two other children I don't see and take care of. Oh,
Yeah, it's a money grab for her, sympathy money,
that's it.
right? That reminds me of that little girl. What was her name? Montgomery. What was her first?
Harmony.
Yes, her mother. the same type of thing
Mhm.
where she had other children that she didn't have in her
My
custody
point. That's
anymore.
my point. So why am I going to sit here and feel sorry
Yeah,
for you, and you got a full
right,
bunch of children you don't even raise or see them
right.
in a
None of
person
them.
or nothing?
Right,
See, a lot of
exactly.
people didn't know that on YouTube. They just took them under the wing and thought, "Oh, she lost her kids." I told people, think, think, think. How do you lose two
Mhm.
separate children? They weren't twins. They were a year apart.
No,
So when
and I
she
think it was even put out there they had two different fathers, which I'm not judging that.
when she
I
had
have
when she had
children with two
when
different
she
fathers.
lost the
Yeah.
first one, okay, listen. When she
Mhm.
lost the first one with the leg was broke or cracked, right? She gets knocked up again and loses that baby at birth. But Angela's the villain. I'm the villain. No, no,
Right.
I'm not.
You're just giving your opinion on your platform,
So
which
I had
you
a
have the
source.
right to
I had
do.
a source.
Yeah,
I had a source that came to me to tell me the truth.
yeah.
That's what they were mad at. That somebody was talking to me and telling me about their family.
Oh, got it.
That's what that was.
Yeah, but I bet you could have came to that conclusion even without that.
I did. I
Yeah,
sure did.
right. I know
Because
you did.
I know it doesn't make any sense that two babies are in the state's care within a year of each other, being born of each other, and they're not twins. It's not like
Right,
one kid got hurt and you had like twin babies at the same time, or two kids in the house at the same time. Then they say, okay, well,
right.
let's remove these children. See, she got rid of her older children because she knew the state was in her business. So she didn't want the other two kids to get taken. So she sent them to live with their fathers. And fortunately, those two other children had fathers to take them in.
Praise God for that. Good. That's
Yeah.
good. That,
Yeah.
at least her fathers are good,
But she said, but to me, she's nothing but she's just making babies with all these different men. And like I said,
Right,
is not taking no responsibility.
right. She's no better than like a deadbeat dad who
No,
does that.
no
Have
different.
same thing.
It's a damn
Exactly.
dumb.
Oh man. Yeah,
Maybe,
that's right. And I don't know why people
Sean,
just,
she can hook up with Sean Puffy Combs. She likes having so much
oh,
sex.
oh my goodness.
That's
Oh,
a sex machine.
and yeah, I don't know why women or people just keep having babies when they can't take care of them or really
You're not using
don't
no
want them.
condoms.
It's
The health
obvious they don't
department,
want them.
the health department
They're,
has free birth control, and you're just steady sleeping with all these different men and won't even use a fucking
exactly.
condom.
That was going to be the next thing I said. Birth
You don't want
control
to
is
use a condom, and you
free.
don't want to use birth control. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Just stop it.
And the kids are the ones who really suffer for it. And it really breaks my heart. And that's why I get, yeah. That is kind of the bottom line about why I maybe feel a little bit of, I want to pray and hope for Cassie and her family because of her children and just that this will not like completely destroy their childhood.
Mm.
And that hopefully their parents can like get healing or guidance or maybe they'll have to separate or divorce, but I just don't want her
She's
innocent
not
kids
listening.
being affected by all this.
She's not thinking about her children also growing up having playmates, and people now know her dirty secrets. People are not going to want to have her around their children. She's not thinking this out.
Mm,
See, that payday also may cost her in dealing with her children and them having friends and things and going to functions. You're going to be sitting there now. Everybody's looking at you, know your secrets. You go to
they
the
know
they
everything.
know your secrets. You go to the mall, that now we know your secrets. See where I'm going?
Yeah. Yeah. It's got to be pretty humiliating. And yeah, people judge whether you want to
Of course they
believe it
judge.
or not.
Of course they
Yeah.
judge.
Yeah.
And it's not the kid's fault that she lived like that with a person.
Right. That's my point. Yeah. It's not their fault.
What they're going to say is, does she have better judgment now at almost 40?
Yeah. And am I going to let my kids go around that because I don't want my kids being around people who could, have that going on in their home and right.
And now anybody that had their children around Sean Puffy Combs, you now know how he was living. Checkmate.
Yeah. I bet there are people who did know what was going on and still let their kids over there.
Well,
There's a lot of bad people in that group, I think.
mhm. Well,
Anyways,
it's who's going to stand account. That's the problem.
the world is
That's the issue.
burning down.
Yes.
Worse every day.
It is. Sadly, it is.
Well, thank you for letting me on again.
You're welcome.
I'll come back again another time too if I'm able to. I love your channel
Maybe I'll
and I
find
like your
something else.
content.
I told Sue I'm going to talk about something more lighthearted, and I'm going to give this a break for a minute because my head's spinning. I was
I
going to
hear you. Yeah.
the difference in the pros and cons of living up north and down south.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Is that going to be the topic?
Uh-huh.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, when is that going to be? Tomorrow or?
I don't know. I'll probably do it this weekend.
All right. Well, I have my notifications on,
Okay. Okay.
and if I'm able to hop on or at least come into the chat, I definitely will.
I thought it was something lighthearted since we have so many people moving here from out west and different places. I want people to, if somebody will come up and tell me what it's like living in New York and versus if you live in the South, when somebody from the South comes up and say what they like about living in the South and why they wouldn't live, let's say, in Pennsylvania or
Yeah.
that's.
That sounds really interesting. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. That's good. Yeah, and you need to think about your mental health too,
Yeah, sure.
covering all this stuff day after day.
Stuff going on right now.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
It's giving me a headache.
Yeah, a break is always necessary. You got to take time out, once in a while. For sure.
It's too much to digest it because when you hear it, you're just, you're trying to dissect it and you're thinking to yourself, am I hearing what I think I'm hearing?
Right.
This is not what I think I'm hearing.
Well, because you're a regular, normal, good person, things like that don't occur to you, that kind of behavior.
No, because I'm not perfect, but I can't see.
No, of course you're not.
On me.
Right. Things like that just don't occur to regular people. And yeah, we all are sinners. Nobody's perfect. But
yeah, because like I said,
right.
stuff she told, especially when she started talking about the mouth, I said, come on, Cassie, really? You gonna tell the court that?
Well, she probably had to. I mean, they had the evidence.
Didn't have to tell that. Come on, you didn't have to tell.
I don't know. I mean, I've never had to.
Listen, I don't know what she put in that document about the lawsuit because they're saying she followed it to the T. But what I'm saying is, you still don't know no more than what Cassie's telling you. I'm just saying it's just a bit much. That's all I'm saying. So
you think she put out extra details that were necessary?
I'm just saying that even if it's true, it's a lot to take in.
Right. Okay. Yeah, it is.
But it could also be for dramatical effects to show you this is how nasty it got. And she told
that. Yeah.
With the blood and the urine in the room, had to send somebody in to clean it up.
Oh.
The hotel a mess. I just was stunned.
That wouldn't surprise me because the prosecution wants to make it as graphic and that
it just shows he's a savage.
And I think he is.
Yeah.
But
no man.
You're right. I don't even
sex with a woman in her period. You can't wait for her to get off her cycle. Come on.
God, I know. Nobody needs to know that. You're right about that. That detail could have been left out.
I was thinking about God and the Bible, and I said, God cursed us. That's what he cursed Eve, because he told them not to touch that tree. And that snake slithered in there and told them, don't listen to him. You do what you want to do. And that was Eve's curse. That
Yep.
That was her curse, not listening.
Wow.
And that became a woman's curse. Because and so just the thought of listening to her tell that, I said, this is disgusting here.
Yeah,
this is really just disgusting.
It just reminded you of the serpent in the Garden of Eden.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
Why we got the cycle in the first place.
Wow. Yeah.
So I think God probably said, in his mind, I don't want you having sex on your period. I already gave you the curse. What you want to have sex on your period for?
Right. No, it's not. Not natural, in my opinion. I mean,
a woman don't even want to deal with it when it comes, let alone you want to be having sex on your period. Come on.
Right. I know. It's
That just
just
shows you
so,
he's a beast.
yeah, he is. There's something wrong with him. He's a
Yeah, there's a
monster.
whole lot wrong with him. And now his kids got to see that side of him they had no idea existed. Because imagine you got girls listening to a woman telling about their own father.
Right. And then, oh my God, I hope like, and I'm a little worried that the behavior, some of that might have rubbed off on his sons. They're
Well, they
not
did.
children
They've been
anymore.
accused.
God,
They've been accused as well. If you hadn't followed the story,
and
they've been
that's
accused as well of messing with a white girl on a boat down in Florida.
not
She
great dad. Yeah,
boat.
he's destroyed their life.
And
Like
they
I know,
gave her a drink, and she kept saying, "Well, I'm working, I can't drink." And the guy kept forcing her. His son said, "Drink, drink, drink." And she said, when she took a sip, she could tell she started getting woozy. So he has taught his sons to do the same.
mm-hmm.
And let me tell you
Wow.
this before I go. If
Okay.
he's quick to touch children, and I'm sure some of you don't want to hear this, but you'd have to be a fool not to. You know damn well he's touched his children.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, I hope not, but I mean,
Why would those kids be exempt?
I don't have a good reason. You
I just want
would want to think that nobody would want to
what
do
I'm
it to their own
saying,
children, but it
he's a
happens all the
sadist.
time.
Listen, he's a
Yeah.
sadist. Why would those kids be exempt?
Mhm.
A child
Well,
molester does not say to himself, "I'm not going to mess with my kids because they're my kids, but I'll go over here and touch your kids."
right. I was going to
That's
say
how the
that. Isn't
mind
that
works.
really, really gross? I'm sorry. I'm just being kind of quiet because you're right, and it just grosses me out. And
I mean, but you understand what I'm saying? You're a
yeah,
sadist.
I do.
Your
I
mind is
wouldn't.
not getting ready to compartmentalize. Well, this is
No,
a
if you
kid
can
I
hurt
have to
one
use.
kid, you can hurt
I'm not going
any
to touch
kid.
my kid, but I'll go over here
Yeah.
and sexually assault your kid.
Yeah.
See, for all I know, and I've been saying this before, and I don't talk about it often, I got a funny feeling as time goes by, one of those kids is going to come out and tell us that Sean has touched him. That's what I'm waiting on.
Well,
Yep.
I
I'm
mean,
waiting.
I wouldn't, and sadly, I would not be shocked,
Mhm.
but I hope, yeah, I hope that doesn't happen. It just makes me sad.
Because you got to think about
Sorry.
who's taking care of those girls and the boys since his Kim Porter died.
Oh, and what happened to that girl that he adopted?
I don't know.
Supposedly, you remember that?
I've heard about it. I don't know nothing about it much. I just heard
Yeah,
about it
I
recently.
don't know much either. I just remember there was like a TikTok or it was some um social media post that he put up. It was a while ago, and it was like a short video where he had a young girl and she was a white girl,
Yeah, I
and
heard
he
about
said, "Oh, I got a what? Did you ever see that little video or a clip of it?" But he did, and I've been curious now that you brought that to my attention. I'm wondering now. I wonder what happened to her, where she is now.
it.
Yeah, that's weird. Weird as fuck. I'm sorry. I apologize for that. That slipped out.
Mhm.
Oh boy.
Yep. Yep.
It's really sad. This whole thing is bad, and it's just gonna. Yeah.
Why
Sorry.
would one of your sons start groping a young lady that's working on a boat and touching her inappropriately or something, put something in her drink? Where would you get that from?
Yeah, you learn that from in the home or the friends you're hanging out with. Like you just don't pick that up like out of nowhere. I wouldn't think like it's you're learning that because you've been taught that it's
You've been
acceptable and it's okay. Yeah,
He's a groomer.
exactly.
People,
Right.
you can't assume he's grooming strangers in the street and he ain't groomed his own kids. Come on.
Yeah. That That's the appropriate label for that. Grooming.
Walking around his house naked in front of his girls.
Yeah, that's
Because he's overly sex. It's obvious. You see how he gets off on watching people do it. He's overly sex. He can't turn
right.
You can't turn that off.
And he has to like watch it now to be able to.
It's not like porn.
Be satisfied. He can't
see it in a video or on my phone. I want to see it
right.
5 feet away from me.
Right, and he doesn't even like physically participate. He just wants to watch and then touch himself and then wipe bodily fluids.
So to me, he's no different than a peeping Tom, the guy that sits in the park and look at people walk by and touch himself. It's all the same thing. Same thing.
Yeah, I don't understand where that comes from.
Walks by, he gets aroused. He probably gets aroused just from a person walking by.
Yeah, that's really There's something wrong in that. People that do that, they have an oat loose or whatever in their head. Oh my God, I feel like I sound really dumb right now. I'm so sorry.
It's all scary to me.
Yeah.
Because see, I look at the real picture. He has children. And you're just not going to turn that type of behavior off because he's got kids. There's just no such thing. Sadism don't work like that.
Yeah, he's put it out all in front of his kids. Like at this point, he's not. It's gotten to that point where he's not even hiding it from anybody.
But they're getting to see it in real time, and other people testify to dealing with him on that level. So I won't doubt that those kids have their own stories to tell.
Oh, I'm sure. I just wish, I don't know why they're even in that courtroom. If that were my kid and if I were in big trouble for a crime, I wouldn't want my kids in there listening to every dirty deed and detail.
They were going to hear it anyway, even if they
That's true, but
they're going to hear the feedback, the playback.
And maybe that's kind of, at least like they could look him in the face and I don't know. I wonder if he even feels any shame. When he's
frankly, you have a good point. I think maybe he should ask the girls not to come back.
Yeah, because I would be thinking to myself, like, selfishly, I can't bear to look at my kid looking at me and hearing all this terrible stuff that I've done. But maybe it doesn't bother him.
But see, that's
even worse.
This is why you know he's empty. Anybody with some sense, whether the allegations are true or not, you wouldn't want your girl children to sit there and listen to that.
No.
And you shouldn't want your boy children to listen to it either.
No, I wouldn't want any of, you're right. And especially, but I get like the girl children because it's like the women are kind of it sounds like he's kind of treated men badly too.
He treated anybody bad. That's the whole point. He's a bully.
Right. Yeah. It doesn't matter whether they're a woman or a man.
Let me tell you what they said on the news yesterday. After Cassie testified yesterday, they had a prayer circle. His family. You don't understand where I'm going with that?
They had a prayer circle for him?
Listen, after she testified, they had a prayer circle.
So where are you going with that? I don't know.
Where do you think I'm going with it?
Well, maybe that they're praying for him, or are they praying for her to go away? Something bad I don't know.
No, I'm just saying. You were there a few days, and on the day that she is done testifying, you have a prayer circle.
Well,
it's because of what she said. They knew this ain't good. Yeah.
Well, I would hope they would have known that already.
You went to church. Listen, because I keep calling it church. You went to court Monday. You didn't have a prayer circle. You went Tuesday. You didn't have a prayer circle. You didn't.
Got it.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah, now I do. Right. Okay. That's unusual. They never had a prayer circle any other day before.
All that stuff she said was enough to make you, as I said, send your eyebrows.
Right. Yeah. Well, I would have had a prayer circle too if I were them.
And I said, well, guess what?
Would have done it a long time ago.
We'll need a prayer circle probably every day until the trial's over.
Yes. I would have been having a prayer circle months ago, and I would have no way let my granddaughters in that courtroom. I don't know why. I mean, maybe his mother does. Ew, and it's his mother. God, that breaks my heart too.
She looks like
And I know,
her mother looks crazy. They all look crazy. The outfits they were wearing
yeah,
just looked like they went in a department store and just pulled out anything. It just looked like everything was for show. I was like, I can't even take these people serious. And I wasn't trying to
yeah.
be mean, but the mother and that damn blonde wig and the daughters wearing
Mm,
suits in there with these big shoulder pads, like something from the
hmm.
dynasty. I was like, what the hell am I looking at?
Yeah, they're
It
trying to
just,
make an appearance.
yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
It just was overkill.
Yeah. Yeah, you would think that they'd want to be more incognito, like I'm just,
No, they're like their father, exuberant.
yeah,
Everything,
flashy
everything,
in a
everything's for
flash.
show.
Yeah,
Everything's for effects.
yeah. Yeah. It's, oh my gosh. And I'll tell you one thing. I never liked his music. I
Okay.
just wanted to say that. I've
Okay.
never been a fan of him ever. It's not like I hated the God Man or anything like that. I didn't think anything bad of him. I just until all of this came out, I just thought he was like a rapper and
Yeah.
a
Well, a lot of
music
people do. I
producer,
knew
but
back
I
in the
was
day.
never into. I like,
I knew that something
yeah,
wasn't right with him back in the day because every group that he produced, he always was in their videos, and I thought that was strange. And people
yeah,
say that
right,
about him, like, why is he always in their videos? It's like he didn't want them to
right,
shine. He was trying to take the shine away from them. He wanted people to know,
yeah,
I'm producing this music. I put this group together. That's a person that
yeah,
has an ego. He was telling us who he was then in a roundabout way.
yeah.
He thought highly of himself.
Right, doing his little dance moving, maybe saying like one little line,
Mm-hmm.
and oh
Mm-hmm.
my God, that's true. He had
Every
to be in
group
every one of
together,
them.
he was in
He
their
had,
videos. I used to
uh,
say, why is he in this damn video? In this video, this video, this video. Puffy, he was in Biggie's videos. The group, the girl group, he had the three girls that sang, he was in their video. All the little rappers, he was in their videos. I just, people
yeah,
talking about that. And then you got all these other people in the industry that have a lot of ugly things to say about him that knew him personally.
that's
And
right.
the stuff they
Oh
have
my
to say is
gosh.
just really nasty.
I know. I love 50 Cent. I love what he's been taught, had to say. And who else? Um, him for sure. 50 Cent about like, that he wouldn't go to any of his parties and he
Mm-hmm.
always knew there was something off with him and he wouldn't, ever collaborate or anything. I really appreciate that. He seems like a stand-up guy, And who else? Cat Williams. He was funny, you know, saying there was some weird stuff going on over there, and he had been saying it for a while.
Mm-hmm. I guess
Yeah,
I think some of the girls too. Khloe Kardashian said the women were taking off their clothes; they were naked, at the
yeah,
party, taking off their clothes. But they're doing it because it's the tone you're setting for a person to feel comfortable to take their clothes off.
ugh,
Why
that
would I
wouldn't
go
make
to
me
a
feel
party? Why would I go to a
comfortable at
person's house
all.
and start stripping my clothes off?
No, there's nothing that can make me feel comfortable enough to do that ever. Um, and you know what really disappointed me? I hope Mary J. Blige isn't involved. Oh, I love her so
Well, they had
much. I've
fallen out.
always
They had
loved
fallen
her.
out. Listen, they had a falling out. Her and him, she and him. They had
Yeah. How long ago? Was it a long time ago?
yes, a few years back. Mm-hmm.
What do you think? Do you think that I think she knows some things went on. Maybe she wasn't involved, maybe she saw something and then like just walked away, but that's kind of
Well,
messed
my
up
thing
if
is
that's
that
true.
he may not have came on to her or this one, but a groomer picks and chooses who they want to groom. That's just the way it goes. It don't mean
Yeah,
they want to groom everybody, but if they somebody fancies them and it's to their liking, then they'll put a bid in.
right. Well, I just hope that she wasn't involved in any really bad stuff because I really have always been a fan of her.
No, I would hope not.
It would break my heart a little bit. Even though, of course, I don't know her, but I am a fan of her. I've been a fan of her music since I was like 12 years old. And she's super talented and beautiful, and I would just hope. It's just not.
Well, I tell you what, if nobody knew what he had going on, they know now.
Right.
But they're saying they don't have
Everybody, the
proof
whole
of the
world.
party stuff. They're saying they don't have proof of other celebrities and all these parties, allegations that people are making. They say it looked like he's just having freak offs with her, with Cassie, not a bunch of famous people.
Okay, so like not a lot of like other women celebrities or anything like
So
that.
far.
So far.
But see, we don't really know if that's true or not because so many people brought allegations to that way. I don't really know. Excuse me, I don't know. But I can see people doing stuff, people pulling off their shirts and blouses at a party.
Maybe we're expecting, but didn't want to know, didn't want to hear it.
Yeah, well, people. One thing I've learned about people, everything's about perception. If you don't want to think bad about somebody, you won't.
Well, I don't want to think bad about people, but when they show you that they've done something.
I'm just speaking in general. People can have proof that a person has done something, but it's still up to you to decide if you want to believe that they did it or not.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it appears that they have way more than enough evidence that he has been doing something bad.
But what I'm saying is there's still going to be people who question it and won't believe it is what I'm saying. It's kind of like the building caught on fire and you take the picture or you show the video and still somebody will downplay the building being on fire.
Well, and I don't think they could be helped. I don't think they could be taught anything, unfortunately.
People do stupid shit all the time with a receipt and people still will make excuses for what they're doing.
Yeah.
Because they like them.
Right. And and they don't have a mind. I don't know. They just can't think for themselves or whatever.
A lot of people like it. I listen to all these comments about these famous people, the stuff they get themselves into, and oh Lord, I mean, a lot of people even coming down hard, on Cassie about, well, she knew, she had knowledge, she saw what he was doing, she didn't have to do it, and no, she don't deserve the money, and it was about the money in the first place, and I don't think it was about the money in the beginning. I think it was.
I don't either.
I think it was down the road once she woke up one day. She may have had some financial problems and realized I didn't make the money I should have been making. I got myself tangled up and he didn't focus on my music. I didn't focus on my music. And she's probably beating herself up. She's been in the industry too long not to have nothing.
Because wasn't she, didn't she sign a 10 albums?
10 albums. Yeah. I read that earlier.
She did one?
I said that's not normal. That's not even a normal range. The one guy said in the article I read. He said it's about 7. You sign a 7 album deal, not 10. He says 10, you're indebted. I told myself that yesterday. There's no way you could 10 albums. Most people put out an album every 2 to 3 years. So imagine a 10 album deal.
That's crazy to me too. I thought the same thing. I was like, wow, that's a lot. She only put out one. Indebted to him for a long time.
Because the focus was just like what R. Kelly did to people. He got her in the snare and it was done. Yeah. There was no focus on her and no music career once he got her and then start messing with her.
Well, then in that case, you know what? Then I do think she's entitled to some money. I really do. A little, I do. Yeah, I know. I don't mean to be
I think what she should have done, and it's water under the bridge now, but one, she should have never got involved with him. You don't get involved with somebody you work for. That's just dangerous. Everybody knows that you're asking for trouble. You're asking to be alienated by people. That's just bad business. Okay.
Right.
People where you eat, as they say, where you sleep, same thing. You don't fuck the neighbor. You don't fuck the people in the condo association. It's just bad.
You're sleeping with a man who's going to be paying.
You got to have somewhere to live. Yeah. You got to have somewhere to eat. She wasn't thinking. She wasn't thinking at all. And then when she probably started coming around to her senses, I'm being used, by this dude. All he wants to do is have sex. And I ain't got nothing to show for doing nothing but going to some parties and getting dressed up in some fancy clothes. Well, you got to have more than just nice earrings and getting your hair done and nails done.
And a pretty face. And right. Does she have any family?
Yeah, she has family. They were in the court.
Oh, mom and dad and.
She's from Connecticut.
Okay. Well, that's good. Oh, man.
Yeah, they went to
Well,
court with her. They've been in court with her. Yep. Which is why I said that I can't believe you would sit there and tell all this with those people sitting there. I just couldn't do it myself. I couldn't do it.
yeah, it would be really
And I
hard. I
talk like
mean, I
that.
feel like when you're sitting in front of a court and they're asking you questions, though, you feel like
But
you
I'm just
would have to
saying,
answer
I don't see
truthfully.
how a person could sit there in a court and tell that shit in front of their family. I just can't see how you can do that.
Well, if they ask you, what would you say? I plead the fifth? You probably would, huh?
I'm just saying, you mean to tell me there's no way she could have asked not to testify?
Oh, she wasn't summoned to testify?
I don't know all of it. I
Mhm.
just know she seemed eager, like they said, to testify. I'm just saying all of
Oh,
that is bizarre to me.
maybe she wanted to maybe her anger and she wanted revenge on him a little
But she just
bit,
said she don't have no hate for him. That's why I said don't none of this make no sense.
Oh, come on.
She said that
I
in
don't
court.
believe.
That's why I told everybody you got to look at everything because something is still off.
I missed that. She
Yeah,
has no
it's in
friends.
the
Get
court
out of
record.
here.
She said that
Nobody would.
yesterday in court on Wednesday.
Mm,
I don't have hate for him.
yeah,
That's why I said what is the motivation behind the lawsuit then? Just lost wages. I need a payback. I didn't make the money I was supposed to. I don't like the way he's treated. I mean, what is it? Because as I told everybody, she was with another man when she decided to file this suit. Make it make sense. You have not been with Sean in years. Hadn't seen him. Hadn't called him. And in the real
well,
world, people don't sue people because they've been mistreated. Let's just keep it real. Women are doused with gasoline every day by men, and they don't sue them. You know why they don't sue them? Because the men don't have no fucking money to sue.
right. Well, maybe the money is more important to her than her dignity right now.
Well, and so I'm going
And
to prove
that,
it because I just can't. Maybe she didn't know it was going to go this far as court. I think she probably didn't know. She didn't know that the state was going to pick this up. Nobody probably knew that. She just settled the suit and went on about her life. And then next thing we know, we hear there was an indictment and an investigation, and then we got the video. And next thing we know, the ball kept rolling.
mm, yeah. Well, she kind of started the ball rolling, didn't she?
Yeah, because somebody said if she had not have sued, we wouldn't be here today, and that's a valid point. There would
It is.
there would be no criminal charges because the state
No.
didn't know what he was doing with her.
Well, she must need that money pretty bad then to put herself through, all this. And
Yeah, I can't see. I'm just trying to weigh it in my own head. I can't see how you're getting how this is beneficial. This is the story you want to share. You've had years to share this story, quite frankly. You talk about 11 years on and off with him, which that's a long time to be on and off with anybody. Okay. And then you're going in and out of these relationships that you like some days, you don't like. You're getting diseases and infections and all this bullshit. You're getting humiliated with these men, filmed, video, blackmail, beat up. And then you leave him and go mess with somebody else. And now you all are telling me that the guy was introduced to her through Puffy. And then a year later, you married him. And then a couple years later, she's making baby. Then here comes this lawsuit. It's just strange.
yeah, well, it's kind of messed up. But in this day and age, a lot of people, they don't care. They're not worried about, they're not as embarrassed or ashamed of all the sexual
Obviously,
stuff
yeah.
either.
The shock factor, we
Yeah,
noticed that with filming stuff and telling all
right.
your business on the live stream and, telling all your personal business. Oh, I just got a
Even
bone on
though,
my ass.
yeah,
It's really
that's
bad.
not me, but I understand where I live, the time and place I live in nowadays. But
Mhm.
that's not me, but it happens.
But
And
I said that people don't
she
act like
just,
they did 40 years ago. I could tell the difference in the way people act. The women don't carry themselves like the women did when I was growing up. The women were very
yeah,
dainty. They were very groomed. They they didn't, talk crazy.
It's so embarrassing. Women getting in fist fights in public
Oh yeah,
and
I
fighting
mean,
at the school and
well, you just look at
oh
how
my gosh.
if you look back at all the TV shows and the people you knew back in the day, you can compare the people you were around. Everybody had a little feistiness in them, but there's no way to the point
Right.
here being on a live stream half naked and talking junk and your baby's hanging out the baby stroller.
Yeah. People are just
don't care.
ratchet
Yeah,
these days. A
that's
lot
the
of people
word.
are ratchet.
They're
I don't
ratchet.
care if you're black, white. In every community, there's somebody,
Oh, they're all
something.
ratchet.
They are.
I ain't seen a race that wasn't.
Right. Exactly. So it's just, it's terrible. I know. It's embarrassing, honestly. It makes me
But this is where
embarrassed to
we
be
are.
human sometimes, but it is where we are. And all we can do is try to carry ourselves,
Yeah.
The best way we can. And I don't know. I know. It's just really bad. I know. It almost makes me feel like I wish there were no more children brought into that sounds terrible, and I don't mean it that way, but it's like I feel
Mhm.
like we are burning down, we're killing ourselves. It's so
I
bad.
know. I know going to the doctor this week and I saw these two young women in there. I walked in the door and this girl was sitting in the boyfriend's lap with the baby carrier on the
Yeah.
ground. And then another girl came in with her two babies. She had one like 3 years old girl, and she had another one in a carrier. And you could tell she just
Mhm.
came and threw on anything. She had a purple, silky like bonnet on her head. I thought, damn, you couldn't find something else to put on your head. You're gonna wear your sleep cap into the doctor's office?
Yeah. Yeah.
I was just like, this is what I'm talking about. Just don't care.
Right. Yeah,
You can
just
you can go buy a
inappropriate.
nice
Yeah.
head. She could buy a nice head turban because I wear mine sometimes when I don't want to do my hair. I put the head
Oh
turban
yeah.
on and wear it
Oh
out.
yeah.
She's out
There's
here.
a
She's
lot of
sitting there
cute
walking
things you could
in a fucking
do.
sleep bonnet,
Yeah. She
like she
just
just got out of
didn't.
bed.
Right. Didn't have any what is it? Pride in
Right.
herself, pride in her
Tank top.
appearance. Right.
She had a tank top
Yeah.
on. I don't think she had a bra on with it. And then she had on some
Right.
pants that
Oh,
were high
yeah.
waters that were too short. And I said,
Yeah. You could easily just wash your face, put on a bra, brush your teeth,
and the
comb
way
your
she was
hair. I don't care
talking
if
to the
you put it up in
security
a
guy,
bun or up in a headband. But yeah, just make yourself presentable.
and then
Otherwise, you're making other people
she went to the
uncomfortable.
security desk because I was sitting near the security desk, and then she went to the security desk to ask the guy, "Where do you go for the appointments?" She couldn't even talk. I was like, "Oh my god, you didn't ask the
Right.
doctors that when you made the appointment for your baby, what floor to go to?" Oh Jesus.
Yeah. It's not
I was just
a
sitting there
good
shaking my
look.
head like this is what's out here, and this is what's raising babies. This right here, this thing that just walked by me in this fucking purple bonnet, silk bonnet. Where you go
Oh,
for
God.
appointments?
I'm sorry. Oh, I know. Imagine what
I
the
told the guy
doctor
behind the desk, I
thought.
said, you should have pointed her to the dumpster around the back of the building.
Yeah. Could you imagine like what the doctor thinks for her future child her child what their future teacher is gonna think like when she shows up into their classroom for, parent teacher conference or back to school night or
It's
whatever.
all the same. Pajamas
Oh,
in public, the house shoes in public. Now I've almost been
yeah.
tempted to walk out in my house shoes because they felt so good on my feet. I just didn't want to take them off one night going to the store. But you have to tell yourself that's a bad habit to start. Just getting up out your pajamas and going to the grocery store in your pajamas and your
And it
house
doesn't
shoes.
yeah. And it doesn't take much to like pull yourself together a little bit just to
You
put
can
yourself
put on
together.
leggings.
Yeah.
Everybody puts on either leggings or jogging pants and a t-shirt to run to the grocery store.
10, 15 minutes at the most, you can make yourself look
That's all.
clean and presentable enough to, yeah.
Your hair
You
is
don't
not
have to be
combed.
like all glamorous. You don't have to have a bunch of
Put
makeup
on a
on.
baseball cap. Put a baseball cap
Yeah.
on or put a
Yeah.
turban on.
Right. Yeah. I agree. Yep.
It's just
I don't
ridiculous.
get it either.
But it's the world we're in. It's just nobody cares about anything. They just, oh man, I just, Lord Jesus, help us. Just help
Right.
us because we're in sinking sand.
Mm. Yeah, that's terrible. I'm so sorry.
Well, you
I know. And on a good note, I did run into a young lady. She's a very young lady. She's probably like 22. And she worked at the pet store that I would go and buy my dog food from. And she had a little baby, a little 4-month-old baby girl. And I haven't seen her in about a year, but I ran into her the other day and I was so happy. And her little baby's so cute and they look very well. And she looks like a happy mom and her little baby is smiling and it was really nice. So there are good young people that are happy to become parents and everything. Not everyone is like that, but it seems like more than not that is what happens, you know. And then they'll have another one in a year.
Yeah,
or
and that's
two.
and that's where I have the problem.
Yeah.
Let your womb breathe.
Right.
You know, your body goes through a lot of changes, carrying a baby and giving birth, and thereafter, there's no way I'm going to give birth and be pregnant 3 months later. For
Right.
what?
And
You know
I feel, yeah, and I mean, and I know there's a lot of
you've already broke protocol and not had sex. You know you're supposed to go 6 weeks without having sexual intercourse.
right. That's
You
what.
can't even wait.
Yeah, you're not supposed to because you could be susceptible to like UTIs and other things like that, or get pregnant again right away. It's another thing.
I don't know how you would be wanting to have sex right away because you have a cycle for at least a couple of weeks after you have a baby.
You definitely do.
You start bleeding right after you give birth. So what do you think about
right away, and it's heavy for at least a week.
Your body hasn't had no cycle. It's got
to
replenish itself.
I know, not to be graphic, but
yeah, but that's why it's weird when they say, "Oh, she got pregnant before her 6 week check." You're like, huh? You were pregnant. It's like 6 weeks later.
Too many horny people, I guess.
That's scary. That's scary.
I don't mean to be personal, and you don't have to answer, but do you have children? Do you have are you a mother? Huh?
Mm-hmm, I am.
Okay, well, good. Congrats. Did you have a good Mother's Day?
I did.
Wonderful.
I did.
That's great. Oh, I'm happy. That's great. Good for you.
Did you enjoy your Mother's Day?
I did, and you know what? My mom is here right now visiting. She lives in New Zealand.
And you're on a live stream.
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, my mom lives in New Zealand, and she came over here, and we went to her mother's 92nd birthday.
Oh,
really
that's
nice.
an accomplishment in itself.
Yeah, it was really it was a gift.
That's a blessing to think of all the things she has seen in 92 years.
Oh yeah,
that's a wonderful thing.
Yeah, she was a really wonderful grandmother. I love her.
She's been around and seen every type of device, TV, this, that, DVD player, radio, landline. You know what I mean?
And she's still doing really good, like cognitively pretty good, and she's still walking. And
that's good. Yeah, that's a blessing.
Yeah. So, anyways, my mom is here. We had Mother's Day together, and it was really wonderful. Okay. Yeah, and she's going to be here for another 2 weeks. We're going to be taking a road trip tomorrow morning. We're going to go to Oregon to visit another family member.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Oregon. Pretty Oregon.
Yeah. I love Oregon. Have you ever been there?
I was talking about Washington and Oregon to somebody, I believe it was yesterday or the day before. I was like, I've never been, but the pictures I've seen are so pretty.
Yeah, it is pretty. I love it. I have an aunt who lives there, and I love it.
Does it rain? Does it rain a lot in Oregon?
I think it rains seasonally, like, anywhere else. They are having rain though this weekend, which is weird.
Oh, but that's all we've been
winter.
That's all we've been having.
It's weird, crazy.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah.
The chilliest May I've ever experienced.
Exactly. I think that's happening everywhere. But it's still going to be good.
Well, we had an earthquake last Saturday.
You had an earthquake?
Saturday.
Oh, wow. Was it big?
4.1.
I didn't hear about that.
Yeah. Well, watch my video from last Saturday.
Okay, I will. Did you feel it? You must have.
Yeah, I felt it.
Oh, no. I hope you didn't have any damage.
It shook the whole building. It rocked my bed. Yeah, I felt it. I was up at 9 something in the morning, 9:04 a.m.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
was
they
getting
can
ready
be
to listen to.
scary.
I had my laptop out, and I was getting ready to listen to my live, and the whole building shook. I thought, "Dear God, what is going on?"
Have you ever been in an earthquake before?
No,
Oh, wow.
no.
Okay.
I think I felt
Yeah.
one. I felt one back in the mid 2000s, and then this one was what I can say was really a earthquake, in my opinion, that I
Yeah.
experienced.
Well, yeah, because I live in California. That's like earthquake country. We get them. And I've
Hmm.
felt big ones before, but yeah, I could imagine that would be
Yeah,
really
it
scary.
was scary because I thought I said, I know I'm not losing my mind. I said, this bed just shook, this building just shook. I mean, it rocked.
You do. You think you're losing your mind. You're like, did I just feel that? Did I just see that? Yeah.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
I've never been in seen or been in a tornado or anything like that, though. Have you? A tornado?
I haven't talked about it on the stream last Saturday. So you just have to go
Did
listen to
you?
that live.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear it. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'll go back and
But
listen.
you would have been in the bed when I went live. You're 3 hours behind.
I am. I'm behind. I'm not consistently on here. I try to catch a live, a little bit here and there when I can. I'm busy.
Well, a lot
Busy
of people
stay
are.
at home
That's what I
mom,
try to tell
housewife.
people. People
Yeah.
who have full lives, I don't see how, it would be hard for them to be, doing this type of work, blogging and talking and updating. And just like I told Sue,
Right.
I'm tired of keeping up with the updates of this and that. That's not really, when I came to YouTube, I didn't really plan on doing that. That's not the type of content I was trying to do, where I have to keep up with stuff. But because once you talk about something that's happened, naturally there has to be a consequence. So here
Hmm.
comes, the update. And before you know it, you're
Yeah.
talking about it every day, every day.
We're glad you do it. You're
It's
great
just,
at it.
well, I'm burnt out.
So, yeah, you're burned out. You need a little bit of a break. I get it.
Yeah, I'm burnt.
What were you planning on making your channel about?
Well, it was just freestyling. I was just talking. It was
Okay.
Everyday
Oh,
Shenanigans. That's the
yeah.
original name. So I just talked about anything and everything. And then I started talking
Okay.
about true crime that fall of 19. And before I knew it, every time I looked up, that's what I was talking about. Somebody getting involved in some type of murder or something.
Mm.
And I'm bored with that.
It's depressing. Yeah,
It's very depressing.
I can totally imagine how that could take
It's
a
just
toll on
all
you.
day, every
Sick
day.
of talking
And
about all that
I don't want to talk
terrible
about
stuff.
kids, and I don't want to talk
Right.
about people touching kids and killing them. I don't want to talk about that.
Right. You want to talk about something a little more
Well,
lighthearted, like
there's too many other things you can talk about.
it's like you want to talk about comparing living in the north and south and
I
east to
sure
west
do.
or whatever.
I
Yeah,
sure do.
living in different parts of the United States, and I think that's interesting. I don't think I've ever seen a channel that talks about stuff like that. Like,
No,
um,
no, you got those
I
travel channels where
do.
people travel and go to places and show you what it's like to live
Yeah.
there. And I love those channels because they're genuine. You're going to see Idaho or you're going to see Mississippi. There's one guy, this white guy, he goes all around the United States, and I love his videos. He goes to he went up to like the Hamptons. That was a good video. Then he's going to Mississippi. Then he went down to Florida. He shows
Hmm.
you the urban area. He shows you the rich side. I love watching them because it's like you get to see places you've never been.
Right. That sounds really cool. What's his channel name?
I can't think of his name. I'll have to find him.
That's okay,
He's
but
got an
yeah.
Italian name.
Okay.
Last name is Italian. He's bald headed. He's a white guy. He's got a bald head.
Okay.
His name.
That narrows it down.
Yeah, I know.
I'm just kidding.
That bald headed Italian guy.
Yeah. Oh god. Yeah. I
But
know.
anyway,
Yeah. I'm listening.
how to find him. Go on my community page and just
Okay.
scroll down a month, and you'll see
Okay.
his videos.
All right, I'll do that.
Go on my
Thank you.
community page and go back a month, because I did share some of his content a month ago.
All right. I'll check it out.
Yeah,
Sounds good.
Louisiana. 'Cause I think he did one where he went to Louisiana. That was a good video.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I haven't been very many places in the US. I've been to Hawaii and I've been to Nevada and Oregon, and I live in
I haven't been that
California.
far west.
Right. Okay. Yeah, you've never been over on the west
Oh yeah,
side.
I always wanted to live in California. That was my dream, live in California.
Well, it's expensive.
But
We're
not
lucky.
now.
Yeah,
Georgia
we're
is the new California.
okay. And I've never been over on the east ever, or the south,
Oh yeah,
ever.
I've been east. I've been to Canada. I've been to New York. I've gone through
Oh,
all those states:
nice.
Pennsylvania,
Canada.
New Jersey, Ohio, Michigan, Kentucky, South Carolina, North Carolina, Alabama. Where else have I been?
Okay.
Oh yeah, Louisiana was. Whew, that was an interesting experience. I went down there for vacation. You could tell the difference. The earth. I can honestly say the earth felt different. It's a weird feeling.
Really?
Yeah, you can
Hmm.
tell that you're at the bottom. You can feel it. When I got out of
Wow.
the
Yeah.
car and we were going to this wine store, it was a weird feeling. I said, "Dear God," the first thing I said was, "Where?" I said, "We've got to be near Florida or something." And then it dawned on me.
Yeah.
I Googled. I said, "Yeah, you are near Florida." I said, "Oh, you could tell the earth just felt different." It's a weird feeling.
Wow.
You could
That's
tell that you're
that's
not.
kind of
I
cool.
could tell I wasn't where I was. Tennessee.
Right.
I could just tell the difference. I was somewhere. It's like your. I can't explain it. It's just my body felt different.
Mm.
Hmm.
When I went to Hawaii, I didn't feel like I was somewhere, like I didn't, my body didn't feel different. But when I got off the airplane, it smelled like beautiful flowers. I'm not kidding.
Oh yeah,
Maybe it's
because it's
because
Hawaii,
they
because
have,
it's tropical. Yeah.
right. Oh, but it did. It smelled so good.
Hmm.
Oh, it was,
That's probably a
I
nice
loved it.
feeling. Waking up smelling fresh flowers every day.
Yeah.
I watched this
Yeah.
couple. There's this couple that works out of Hawaii, and they rehab houses for a living. They're a married couple, and
Uh-huh.
I've watched a few of their little shows. I think they're on HDTV, and I've watched. They're interesting because I've never seen anybody rehab houses in Hawaii, and they're expensive.
Yeah.
Oh my God! I was like, what?
Oh, who wouldn't want to live there? It's a really beautiful place to live. And I was there during Christmas and we went to the beach. I mean, I'm sure there are places here that you can do that, probably Florida and
Oh
stuff
yeah,
like
yeah.
that. But it was to me, it was amazing. I loved it. I met a
Well,
lot of
after
nice
the
people there
wildfires, I
too.
couldn't see myself living in California after that. I covered that much.
Right, we do get a lot of fires. I've been evacuated only one time
Are you in
since I've
Southern
lived here.
California?
No, I'm in Northern California. And
Okay, so
there are a lot of fires up here. I've just been lucky that they haven't hit in the exact, locations that I've
hmm.
been in, except for one time.
Oh,
But
okay.
yeah, that's just you get used to it.
Oh yeah, but Queen, let me tell you something. Queen don't want fire, and Queen scared
No,
of water. So I got a problem.
I'm scared of water too. I will
Yeah, I
not
don't
go
do
in
the
the
water.
ocean.
Just like my friend was talking about this the other day. She kept going on and on about the boat rides that they do here. Oh, they're gonna have a boat trip. They're going on the river, and they don't. I guess she was losing. She didn't understand the point I was making. She kept saying, "Oh, it's only gonna make one little trip around, honey. It don't matter where it's going. It don't matter if the boat sits down at the dock. It's on top of the water. You
Uh,
can't do nothing but suck it down if you fall in there." I don't think she understood what I
right.
meant. I don't care for water. I don't care where the damn
You,
boat's going.
oh, you don't swim,
I sure
probably.
don't. And guess what? I told her,
Okay.
who wants to be on a boat in the dark? God forbid the people
No.
get to fighting and tussling like they did on one of the trips. And I don't know why she missed my point. Do you really want to be on a little tugboat with people fighting?
No, and I do remember you covered a case. It was a while ago, but that lady who was last seen on like a drinking cruise
Oh
boat
yeah.
on the
Oh, you
river.
watched that down in
Yeah, I
Mississippi?
did.
I mean,
Yeah,
not
and
Mississippi. She was from Mississippi, but it was Memphis.
yeah, she fell off the boat or was pushed off. They found her body
Oh, I
later. It was
remember. Yeah,
washed.
that's a
Yeah,
horrible story. That's a horrible story. And
right.
I'm
It
realize,
is.
how are you with people that don't know you fell in the water? And guess what?
I
That was at night.
right. That's scary. And if
Yeah,
you don't
she
know how
was
to
one of them
swim, I
night cruise
can.
boats. Okay, that's the same type of boat
Mhm.
that's going to be circling over here in Knoxville. I'm not getting on no
Yeah,
boat like that because, like I told her, I
yeah.
said, well, they got the fighting on that one day. I said, that's just a turnoff for me. I don't want to be on a boat, period, at night. You just assume the captain's gonna take the boat where it's supposed to go, bring it back. You don't know if he's had 3 shots of whiskey. You don't know nothing. Barges and stuff, they go into the walls because people ain't paying attention. They just had an accident down in Florida where the guy was speeding and he hit a boat, jumped on top of it, and then saw the people in 2. So I don't want to
Oh
no
God.
damn boat.
Yeah. Oh man, I've never been on a
People act like the
like
boat's
that
steering
crowded. I've been on a ferry through the
Oh, I
San
definitely didn't get
Francisco
on steering.
Bay,
Oh, hell no.
and it wasn't fine. It wasn't bad. And I'm afraid of the ocean. I know how to swim,
Yeah,
and
well, that's
I like
okay.
I'm not afraid of like the lake or but we don't have rivers like wide and big like you guys have, like
Yeah.
the
You know
Mississippi
your
and
chance of survival at night is going to be very slim.
right. You can't see and it's cold, and
Yeah.
I'm afraid of what is under the water.
Mm-hmm.
That's what my fear. I don't. That's why I'm afraid of the ocean. I'm afraid of sharks. I'm afraid of um, anything that could bite you or drag you under.
I've seen
Don't want
videos
it.
recently in YouTube. They showed a boat not even 2 weeks ago, a big yacht that sank,
Yeah. Oh wow.
and it had all these
That
people on it. And somebody took a picture. I couldn't believe it. I said, "How does a yacht sink?"
it happens, man.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and who would want to? You're out there with a life jacket, just bobbing around,
And
waiting,
you can see the people. You can
being
see the boat
shark
sinking
bait.
and the people trying to hold on. And I was like,
Oh,
no,
it's
no, 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 no.
scary.
So that's why I
Yeah.
don't do water, honey. I'm not
Well,
letting nobody control my destiny on top of no
do
water.
not then. Yep, that's true. Do not.
Mhm.
You do it. Yeah.
Oh, I've been driving boats for years and I've been doing this.
No,
Yeah,
if you don't
yeah.
feel comfortable and you don't feel safe, you do, it's your
That's just
choice.
like those people that died a couple of years ago out in Missouri. They was on one of them little boats. I don't know what you call it, but it was a little travel boat that went on the river. The water was choppy. It was cloudy. And you saw the water waves jumping and you still got on that damn little boat anyway. There's no way I would have got on that damn thing. Them folks drowned.
Yeah, people sometimes they think they
But they blame the
can
guy who ran the company because if this your company and you see the water's choppy, you should have told the people I can't take
uh,
you out today.
right. The
The water's too
conditions weren't
choppy.
safe. Yeah,
I mean, when they
the
showed the pictures
conditions.
of the waves, it was like, what was he thinking?
Right. Well, yeah. If that were me, I probably wouldn't get on. I don't know. Maybe
Well,
I
the people were
would.
stupid because you're just so excited. Oh, let's go on the boat. But your
Right.
sister should have said, this water don't look right.
Oh, and I'm sure it
It's
didn't.
cloudy and the water is not still. I mean, you
Yeah.
can see the white part of the water.
Right. White caps.
Yeah,
Yeah. I
you're not
mean,
supposed to be seeing that.
I bet their radar did go off, but people do that. They put that in the back of their mind, like, oh, I'm just being silly. This person's been driving this boat for people
Well,
forever. They know what they're doing. Yeah, but that's why
damn near a whole family. It was some black people. They died.
that's tragic.
Vacation.
That's
And they
terrible.
put them kids and
Mhm.
stuff on there. And I said to myself, I blame the guy who was driving the boat, and the family should have said, "Well, let's wait. We're gonna do something else today. We'll come back when the water's still. We'll come back another
Right.
day."
Yeah, how can you can't enjoy being out on the water like that?
Not if
All
you're
you're
gonna be
gonna do,
nervous.
right, you're gonna be seasick, and you can't just. It's not a enjoyable experience when it's choppy and bumpy like that at all.
So you see, and this is what people need to understand is that shows you that anything is possible.
Mm.
I just,
Oh yeah,
never.
anything can
Even when I saw
happen.
the water that day, I said, "What would possess any of these people to get on the water?" I mean, that those waves was whoop whoop whoop. You could see it, and I'm trying to imagine that boat. That boat wasn't going to just sit on top of the water because the water wasn't even still for it to sit on top of the water.
Yeah, and if it was like a little boat, I mean, it depends on the boat. I don't know.
I forgot what this boat is called. It's like a little travel boat where you can put a bunch of people on it
Right.
and travel down the river or whatever. But it's
Yeah, it was probably
it's
not meant to be in those conditions with that many people on it, and right.
well,
So
those people lost their lives. I can't remember.
well,
I can't remember. But there's quite a few people that died.
that's a shame. That's really sad. Oh.
We'll get out of here because I've been over here
All right.
too.
Well, I
4
enjoyed
hours.
talking to you,
Thank you, honey.
and thank
Enjoy your
you.
company.
Okay, you too, and I hope you have a good weekend. And I
You
will.
too.
I have my notifications on, and thank you so
Okay.
much.
I'll
I
be back.
appreciate you.
I'll try to come back tomorrow and see what they have to say tomorrow. It should end
Well-
early tomorrow, so.
Okay. Well, you take your mental health break. Don't. I'm not kidding. We need you to come back when, we need you around.
Yeah,
So
because
we need you.
listen, I can tell you now I'm already bored talking about this.
Right. Well,
I'm
then,
bored with this.
hey, if you need a break, you take a break and when you come back when you feel refreshed because we need you that way.
Yeah, if I don't do another live stream, I'll just do the shorts. So.
All right. That's great.
All right. Have a
All
good
right.
weekend.
Take care. You
Bye,
too.
guys.
Thank
Thanks for
you.
joining
Good
us.
night.
Okay,
Yep.
bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, everybody. Chaparita from California. Thank you all for joining this live. Sorry it went so long. I guess I could have finished reading that article as long as I've been on. But anyway, take the polls on my community page, weigh in, let me know what you think about the case so far. Don't know what's going to be said in court tomorrow, but she will still be testifying. And then I think I don't know if the prosecution is going to come back and go back in, but the judge wants her done by lunch. So that's that because she is pregnant and her baby's due. How does she feel? How does Sean feel? How does the husband feel? What is the jury thinking? So many questions to ask because you have a lot of people who are playing an important role, such as the jury. What do they think about her testimony? Do they believe her? Do they feel like she's partial to blame? Or do they feel like she's a victim? She was manipulated. She went along for the ride, even though her text messages showed that she did like doing some of the sex acts. The money. It's a lot of questions. Like I said, I'm on the fence about it. That, I do feel like, it could be coercion. It could be, yes, she did know what she was doing at times. Because at some point, you had to take some responsibility. Ooh, it's a dicey subject. But I thank you for following this network, follow me in the Newsbreak app, check out my other shorts and videos. And if you'd like to donate to this great network, $ Big Angie, 129 Cash App. Stickers and chats are always welcome during the live. I don't think I'm gonna do any shorts tonight because I'm tired and I need to eat me something. I'm way off my eating schedule. But I thank you all for tuning in and our guest that was up here tonight. And as I said, take the polls because that gives me an idea how you all are thinking and what you think so far. And I think I'm gonna go up and put a short up and ask you, what do you think about day 4, which has come and gone? And what will tomorrow bring? All I can say is this case is a doozy. And I pray I don't hear nothing else like this from anybody else, which I'm sure I will because the world is crazy and wicked. But you all have a wonderful weekend. Please be safe, mind the children. And if you see something, say something. Be a part of the solution and not the problem. God bless. I love you. Check out my movie of the week, Break In. Now playing on the Freebie app. It's a very good movie. And I'll talk to you guys later. You have been listening to Vaughn Excel. Thank you.